yet to be identified. However, police believe it may be that of a missing accountant. The body was found in a grave at Windy Hill. The gruesome find was made yesterday afternoon. Police say the corpse was discovered in what they describe as a freshly dug out area under a circular wooden board. Officers say they were conducting inquiries just off Palm Drive at around 2 p.m. yesterday when they made the find. Cadaver dogs and grave diggers were brought in. Police say a decomposing corpse was unearthed some 6 feet under. Investigators say the body was partially wrapped in cloth and plastic. And Joshua Edmond is gunned down in Chaguanas. Mr. Edmond was killed in a drive-by shooting at 8:15 last night in the Longdonville area. Residents say they heard the gunshots and later saw an unmarked Almira vehicle speeding away from the scene. Mr. Edmond is one of 4 weekend murders being probed by police. The others are Kaylon Joseph, Shafi Ramsing, and Akil McWilliams. They were killed in separate situations on Saturday. 18-year-old Kaylon Joseph was shot in La Hoqueta at Ken Morris Avenue. 24-year-old Akil McWilliams was shot hours later while at Phase 7, while Shafi Ramsing was shot on Saturday night along the Eastern Main Road in St. Joseph. Meanwhile, Senior Superintendent Kerwin Francis says the La Hoqueta district has seen a reduction in crime over the past year. However, he says the crime appears to be rearing its head again. As such, the senior officer says police patrols will be ramped up with a special focus on gangs in the area.
Notwithstanding these efforts, we would have also seen over this weekend 2 homicides occurring in that district, which, based on our intelligence, may have been linked to gang activity. Given this, we will continue our efforts and indeed ramp up our operational activities in the La Hoqueta district with the support of the Interagency Task Force, Guard and Emergency Branch, K9 Unit, and the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force, supported by all of our intelligence agencies. These operations will be directed at the gangs who have been seeking to raise their heads at this time.
Senior Superintendent Francis tells gang members and their leader they are not welcomed in the area. He sent a warning to all gangs operating in the La Hoqueta district.
We have taken note of certain individuals who have placed themselves on social media, trying to distance themselves from these homicides. Notwithstanding your pronouncements, and based on our intelligence, all individuals who are linked to gangs and gang activity within the La Hoqueta district will be attended upon by my officers, all aimed at maintaining that peace and stability which has existed in the La Hoqueta district for the past year. I encourage all residents to cooperate and continue your collaboration with law enforcement as we seek to bring and restore and maintain that peace and security in your community.
And to some news now outside of Trinidad and Tobago. In Jamaica, human rights attorney Marlene Alain, who requested asylum for 37 Haitians who arrived in Portland illegally this month, is urging government to respond. Ms. Alain says she made the request against the deportation of the Haitian nationals, and the government was to respond by late last Friday, July 21st. She says after receiving no official response from the government, she submitted a follow-up letter on Friday seeking asylum on behalf of the Haitians.
The first thing I'm requesting from the Ministry of National Security, which is the relevant ministry, is to communicate with us, to respond to our letter requesting asylum, and to set out in detail the procedure and the process that will follow from now on. And also to be transparent, because it's difficult to have the Minister of Information saying one thing and the situation on the ground being a different situation, because it causes anxiety and fear, and as I said, re-victimizes the Haitians. So let's just be clear on the process. I would say ensure that the Haitians have access to an effective procedure, and I would say also to heed the guidance of the UNHCR, which is the UN Refugee Agency.
Ms. Ali notes that Jamaica also needs to ensure that proper legislation regarding access to asylum is implemented. The government has confirmed that it received a request from an attorney on Friday. And to some news now further afield, 19,000 people are forced to flee the Greek island of Rhodes as wildfires raged on in the country's largest ever evacuation. Tour operators flew more than 2,000 holidaymakers home today in what the Greek government said was the largest evacuation ever undertaken in the country. More repatriation flights were due on today and tomorrow as the fires remained out of control. The Civil Protection Authority warned the threat of further fires was high in almost every part of Greece gripped by a heat wave.
Wildfire, and no one knows where or when it will strike. This is tourism in the 21st century. The latest maelstrom in southern Europe, Rhodes, an island of ancient ruins facing a modern apocalypse. Intense heat waves have turned forests into desiccated tinder, yearning for a spark to roar into flame. And anything that fails to flee the inferno has little chance of survival. Greek authorities have evacuated tens of thousands from popular resorts at peak season, and the government says it's the largest such operation in the country's history.
All their money, passports, clothing. We had to lend a woman some of my wife's clothes because she had nothing to wear. It was terrible.
British tour operators are flying empty planes here to bring desperate tourists home, and the problem is spreading. The latest overnight, the island of Corfu, where thousands have now been evacuated, and police are bolstering their ranks in anticipation of more to come. The Greek government has been battling wildfires across the country for a week during what's expected to be the longest heat wave this country has ever seen. As temperature records are shattered across Europe and the world, every day our planet has become slightly more unlivable. As heat waves and fires are escalating yearly in southern Europe, the threat is now even perhaps to the pontiff's own home.
And that story there brings us to the end of your news to 4 o'clock. As we go, here's another look at the headlines. Motion to approve the Senate amendment to procurement is passed without opposition support. Deportation orders served to a number of Venezuelan migrants housed at the heliport. JTAM writes to the finance minister, calling for an increase in minimum wage and lower fuel prices, among other things. And wildfires continue in parts of Greece. 19,000 people are evacuated. I am Kevin Garcia. Thank you so much for staying with us. Our next news update can be heard this afternoon at 5 o'clock.
News Center 5, live local coverage you can depend on. I-95.5, the most influential name in radio. In commemoration of Emancipation Day 2023, I-95.5 FM celebrates the sounds of freedom.
Like other colonial powers, the British had allowed England and Wales. The case was seen as a key turning point in the change towards emancipation.
The sounds of freedom. I-95.5 FM celebrates Emancipation Day, August 1st, 2023. It's emancipation time again. Come
Join us for this year's Pan-African Festival TT, commemorating emancipation at the Legiasu Omawale Emancipation Village, Queens Park, Savannah, from July 28th to August 2nd. Come and shop at the biggest African market in the Caribbean, where you'll find the largest collection of African-inspired art, craft, jewelry, clothing, educational materials, and food. Enjoy 5.5 days of family fun with special activity zones for children. There'll be entertainment, jazz, pan, tambu bambu, calypso, rapso, reggae, dancing, and drumming. Open daily from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Admission free until 3 p.m. After 3 p.m., entrance fee is $40. Children under 12 free. Let's meet up at the Village, July 28th to August 2nd. The Emancipation Support Committee of Trinidad and Tobago, creating opportunities to achieve our full potential.
Heaven's Final Call, a fresh look into the Holy Bible from the books of Daniel and Revelation relating to the end of time. That segment of eternity devoted to resolving the problem of evil. There is cosmic time for planet Earth and personal time for each individual, including you. Each had a beginning and each will have an end. Join Dale Scobie every Tuesday at 6:30 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. right here on I-95.5 FM as he explores biblical truths and prophecies relating to God's final messages of warning and salvation to this planet and to you. Heaven's Final Call. Time is running out for this planet. Time is running out for you. Heaven's Final Call. The final messages from a loving God to planet Earth and to you. Heaven's Final Call.
Much faster than the blink of an eye, lightning will flash and he'll split the sky.
We're not trying for water, test the world, trying for tutor, CPL, this Java with digital winting. Welcome to 50 days of Java, 50 days to win plenty, 50 days of Java, when ice skating and modeling, like free costumes, tribal humor, PlayStation 5, yeah, you could win that with 50 days of Java, win more with Digicel, yeah.
Win big with Digicel's 50 Days of Java promotion. Dial *323# or check the My Digicel app to find out more. Digicel, better connected.
Money marks, get set, go! TNT, please support the NGC N3ATT National Open Championships on Saturday, July 29th at 2 p.m. and Sunday, July 30th at 3 p.m. at the newly refurbished Paisley Crawford Stadium. Come see our top athletes as they seek national glory and vie for selection for the upcoming World Athletics Championships to be held in Hungary. Come out and see Tareem Richards and Kishore Walcott after their recent gold medal performances at the CAC Games in El Salvador, along with members of our successful relay teams. Also competing will be athletes from the Caribbean, Guyana, Jamaica, St. Kitts and Nevis, and from Liberia and Ivory Coast. The NGC N3ATT National Open Championships is on Saturday, July 29th, 2 p.m. and Sunday, July 30th, 3 p.m. at the newly refurbished Paisley Crawford Stadium. Entry fee $100. Parang time is anytime with Parang Under the Stars 2. The National Parang Association of Trinidad and Tobago invites you to Christmas in July. Parang Under the Stars 2. Meet us at Estate 101, Saddle Road, Maraval on Saturday, July 29th. Gates open from 6 p.m. Last year was nice, so we're back again with 9 top Parang bands. Amantes de Paranda, Los Buenos Parangueros, BB Serenaders, Los Alumnos de San Juan, Sam Coach, Herencia Venezolana, Voces de Promesa, Una Solo Voz, Los Amigos Cantadores, also featuring Soca Parang Kings, Baron and Gracie. Showtime 7 p.m. There'll be door prizes to be won. Tickets cost $200 in advance. You pay more by the door. Come enjoy some sweet, sweet Parang and dance the night away under the stars. For tickets, call East 477-8891, Central 743-3977, West 272-9024, or South 797-4968. Brought to you by the National Parang Association of Trinidad and Tobago in collaboration with Estate 101. Parang Under the Stars 2, Saturday, July 29th. Viva la Paranda! From there we go to Tobago.
Melda, hey, me can boast. It's all of that and plenty much more.
Wait, is all of that? The thing sounding nice and sweet for true, like heritage in the old time days.
Jump on the heritage train. Come join in the homage, pilgrimage street corner, roadside community and village. Not talk about the opening gala spectacular. Is a royal battle. Miss Tobago heritage personality and the heritage Calypso monarch is Calypso Pong. And here, who will win the crown is all are we, and who all are we be are gone. Bye, Melda. Laters.
Repsol Lubricants, European technology, supported by a robust R&D team and tested at the highest level of motorsports. Repsol Lubricants for your high-performance engines gives maximum output and protection against friction, wear, and oxidation. Repsol Lubricants brings you enhanced properties with multiple quality levels that meets global standards. Repsol formulates mineral and synthetic lubricants for your passenger cars, motorcycles, heavy-duty engines, and industrial applications. Repsol Lubricants, recognized by international car manufacturers and endorsed locally by leading mechanics. Call 217-LUBE or visit casl-lubes.com for more information on Repsol's high-quality lubricants. Ask for Repsol Lubricants at an auto shop near you or find us on Facebook and Instagram.
Green Dot continues to deliver internet connectivity to a wide range of communities in Trinidad. With our combination fiber and wireless network, you get the service you need wherever you live. Stream your favorite shows, enjoy online tuition, stay in touch with your work team, and connect with friends and family with internet service at a price you can afford. As communities continue to grow, we continue to deliver. Call 224-GDOT or visit gd.tc today. Green Dot, improving and simplifying lives.
Come one, come all. It's time to join in the Tobago Heritage Festival 2023.
Homage.
All are we and all are who we be.
Indulge in the awesomeness that is embodied in the spirit of Tobago at the 36th Tobago Heritage Festival. Celebrate a rich, vibrant, hypnotic showcase of our cultural legacy. Yes, from July 21st to August 1st, 2023. Take the island tour. Sample the sumptuous variety of local indigenous delicacies. Enjoy the recreation of old-time village life. Dance to the drum. Feel the rhythm of steel pan. Experience the way of life, languages, and oral traditions. Be part of the journey to our we heritage, honoring our past, celebrating our present, and inspiring our future. Relive our unique culture. Join in the preservation of the heritage of we island of Tobago.
Come visit us at our vehicle loan event. Let Venture Credit Union take you where you need to go. Visit us at our Venture Credit Union branches in San Fernando on July 25th, Cuba July 26th, and Aruca on July 27th. If you need further information, call us today at 225-4VCU. That's 225-4828 or WhatsApp 721-8885. Normal lending criteria apply. Proud to be Venture. Don't miss the opportunity to share your valuable ideas at the Southwest Regional Health Authority's board meeting, open to the public, this Thursday, July 27th from 4 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. We want to hear from you. Meet us at the San Fernando City Corporation City Hall Auditorium, Harris Promenade. To register, call 226-8022 or visit the SWRHA Facebook page. It's free to the public. This Thursday, July 27th, from 4 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. at the San Fernando City Hall Auditorium. Register today. The Emancipation Support Committee of Trinidad and Tobago presents the 2023 Pan-African Festival TT, commemorating emancipation, the greatest celebration of Africa outside of Africa. Come celebrate 185 years of emancipation at the Legiasu Omawale Emancipation Village, Queens Park, Savannah, with a full week of activities. Friday, July 28th, 10 a.m. It's the grand opening of the village. 8 p.m. a Calypso concert, Shikamu, Lord Relator. Saturday, July 29th, 6 p.m. Remembering Mark Nottingham and his music. At 8 p.m. it's a Unity Reggae concert. Sunday, July 30th, it's a family day, food fair, youth pan explosion, jazz at sunset, and pan by moonlight. Monday, July 31st, 10 a.m. it's Youth Day. At 8 p.m. Pan-African concert. Every day from 3 p.m. it's Rhythm and Voices of Africa. And on August 1st, Emancipation Day from 4 a.m. it's a tribute to our ancestors at All Stars Panyard. 6 a.m. Freedom Morning Come, a play by N2 Pearl Springer. 9 a.m. Cambule Street Procession to the Emancipation Village. 7 p.m. Flambeau Procession from Queens Park, Savannah to All Stars Panyard. Village opens every day from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Admission free until 3 p.m. Entrance fee $40 after 3 p.m. Children under 12 free. The Emancipation Support Committee of Trinidad and Tobago, creating opportunities to achieve our full potential.
In just 1 year, communities in North, South, East, West, and Central have been impacted by CWIP. Here's what residents had to say.
We always have problem for water. I'm so glad now that we have water and we will have water to comfort. Appreciate that.
That's what the big picture. This development is very precious. The children of Walters community could wake up and know they know in having pipe water in their house, in their toilet, in their sink, in their bathroom. It's a blessing today. That's why I come out.
There are many residents who are going to benefit. I thank Minister Marvin Gonzalez for the work he has done and for the commissioning of this boost apartment in such a short space of time.
CWIP, serving communities, improving access.
Digicel presents 50 Days of Java. So get ready to catch some flights. Win a trip for 4 to Disneyland or a trip for 2 to the CPL finals. Purchase a 30-day plan, pay your bill, or sign up for a postpaid plan for your child. To win.
Parang time is anytime with Parang Under the Stars 2. The National Parang Association of Trinidad and Tobago invites you to Christmas in July. Parang Under the Stars Parang Bands, Amantes de Paranda, Los Buenos Paranderos, BB Serenaders, Los Alumnos de San Juan, Sam Coach, Herencia Venezolana, Voces de Promesa, Una Solo Voz, Los Amigos Cantadores, also featuring Soca Parang. Showtime 7 p.m. There'll be door prizes to be won. Tickets cost $200 in advance. You pay more by the door. Come enjoy some sweet, sweet parang and dance the night away under the stars. For tickets, call East 477-8891, Central 743-3977, West 272-9024, or South 797-4968. Brought to you by the National Parang Association of Trinidad and Tobago in collaboration with Estate 101. Parang Under the Stars 2, Saturday, July 29th. Viva la Paranda!
Oh, yo, yo, yo. Give thanks and celebrate.
Brindella Fashion says,
Give thanks and celebrate.
Give thanks and celebrate emancipation. Come celebrate Emancipation Day with us on the road. Tuesday, August 1st from 9 a.m. Come meet the big truck at the Brian Lara Promenade and move with us to the Legiasu Omawale Village, Queens Park, Savannah. Come celebrate Emancipation with Brindella Fashions for a wide range of authentic African-inspired clothing and jewelry. Located at Dinsley Gardens, Trent City. All are welcome to join us on the road August 1st from 9 a.m. Let's give thanks and celebrate.
Give thanks and celebrate. Give thanks and celebrate. Give thanks and celebrate. Give thanks and celebrate.
This Monday night, the UNC is on the move with its local government candidates. The UNC NTA Joint Platform live from the Center of Excellence, Mokoya. Let's build a safe and secure TNT together. See the winning candidates working to build a safe and secure TNT through the power of local government. Safe schools, safe streets, safe communities. Don't miss a major speech by political leader Kamala Prasad Bisesa and your winning local government candidates live from the Center of Excellence, Mokoya, 7 p.m. on this station. Stand your ground on August 14th. Secure your future and family. Vote UNC.
August 14th, vote for UNC. That's the way to secure your family.
That was a paid political announcement. He's a son, a brother, a husband, a father, a businessman. He cares. He's a citizen. If it happens in Trinidad and Tobago, Citizen Darian speaks. If it affects you, Citizen Darian speaks. If it affects Trinidad and Tobago, Citizen Darian speaks. More country than party, Citizen Darian speaks. Listeners of I-95.5 FM, Citizen Darian.
Trinidad is my land, and of it I am proud and glad. But I can't understand why some people just talk it bad. But I know all of them we running the mouth. Don't know where they're talking about. They were painted black every day, and the right things they would never say. No, our standards is the best talent in the world. Like calypsos, our stories are told with this rhythm to touch your soul. So Trinidad, this lovely land of my birth, small but overwhelming in wood. And as you know, Carnival is the greatest frolic on earth. When it comes to beauty, Trinbago is second to none. We have Penny Commission, Wendy Fitzwilliams and Jason Lovers. And if you want to talk about art, we have the Chief Leroy Clark. And if you want designs that excels, we have McFarlane and Peter Mention. And the sportsmen are rated best in the world. Kishon Walcott and Wesley Crawford, they both got you so much gold. And I must mention Otto Bourdain and Richard Thompson. Ryan Lava Records still not broken. And our men and women cricket champions. We have oil and gas, but that's not our real assets. It is we the people, our skills and our talents. It don't matter what it may be, you will always find a trainee ahead on top of this. This is why I'm telling you this. We have to believe and stay true to who we are. Forget Europe and America and bring back our culture. Oh,
yes.
Truly a great nation.
Mm-hmm.
To do is work together.
Yes.
And keep training and Tobago and blessed land.
And we are a blessed land, Trinidad and Tobago. We are a blessed land. As we speak now, today, where we are, in spite of the pending weather conditions that we're experiencing, in Washington at the United Nations meeting today, where the President of the United Nations is a Trinidadian, Mr. Lewis, whose alumni is Woodbrook Government Secondary. In front of him and the assembly, there's on the order paper is a motion to make August the 11th World Pan Day. And we are represented by the President of Panchinbigo, Miss Beverly Ramsey Moore, the Minister of Culture and Tourism, the Honorable Randall Mitchell,
and of course one of the premier pan arrangers, Mr. What's this man who music you just normally play for me?
His what?
The man whose music you normally play for me.
Ray?
Mr. Ray Holman, my apologies. He should be Dr. Ray Holman by now. So it's official. Boy, somebody on top of it. The UN has adopted a resolution to recognize August 11th as World Pan Day. Wow, boy, only on top of it. So that the UN General Assembly has just adopted the resolution to recognize August 11th as World Pan Day. And this resolution wasn't moved by somebody in Japan, China, New Orleans, Barbados, Jamaica, St. Kitts, Nevis, Russia, or anywhere else, but it moved by the Minister of Culture and Tourism of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Randall Mitchell. Let me congratulate him. Let me congratulate Miss Beverly Ramsey Moore and the Pan fraternity. Thanks the government, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and for their work behind the scenes. And let's celebrate the national instrument of Trinidad and Tobago. And come August the 11th, the world every year henceforth will be celebrating August the 11th as World Pan Day. For that, give me a round of applause now. Give me a round of applause now. Give me a round of applause. I begin the dance. Give me a round of applause. How you taking so long?
No accent, and I don't call the crowd.
Oh, sorry. sorry. I apologize. Okay. Yeah, only jump out now. I ain't find that is a big round of applause, but I taking it, right? Yeah, big. I liking that. Yeah. That's what we talking about. Yeah, we go celebrate, right? We will, I promise you. But let me move on to other matters of state. I promise you before the end of the program, we go pull a nice piece of pan. Play a piece of pans. I put up nice pan music for me by the best steel band in the world with Desperados somebody. We go end with that, right? We go celebrate. We go like right. However, I had a great time, you know what I mean? Yeah. However, Trinidad and Tobago, I ain't going to talk much. I want to play some clips for you, right? I feel I just need to play the clips for you, and you'll come up with your own conclusion, and I'll be interested to hear Mr. Almaraz's comments on what I'm going to share with you. All right, so play the first clip for me. You might hear the side, you know what? Play it all the same. I don't play it again. Play it.
Got him to authenticate my statement, my signature, and he stamped it. What did my statement say? In that statement of June 6, 2015, which I gave to Dennis Wen, I gave a brief history of my political career in the People's Partnership Government. I said, among other things, that in late 2012, as Minister of National Security, 2 security officers from the Prime Minister's security detail who were at a Philippine residence had complained to me about all-night parties which were being held at the PM's residence. My statement further said that I told the PM about the said complaint and she was dismissive of it. My statement also said that on the afternoon of Friday, April 12, 2013, when Parliament was in session, DCP Mervyn Richardson came to me and called me from the Parliament and took me to an adjoining room and informed me that the security officers at the PM's Philippine home had found that very morning, Friday, April the 12th, 2013, they had found a packet of marijuana weighing 4 ounces outside a window of the Prime Minister's Philippine home.
Most of Mr. Warner's anger seems to be directed at the fact that I fired him and that I'm a woman and that I'm strong. He cannot handle that. The first female prime minister I am of this very great nation. And so he resents my gender. He does not respect the office I hold. And that is not an insult just to me. It is an insult to the people of Trinidad and Tobago and every woman in Trinidad and Tobago. And so he is delusional because he knows for a fact he cannot overthrow me, and I have refused every of his attempts to control and to influence. Most of Mr. Warner's anger seems to be directed at the fact that I fired him and that I'm a woman and that I'm strong. He cannot handle that. The first female prime minister I am of this very great nation. And so he resents my gender. He does not respect the office I hold. And that is not an insult just to me. It is an insult to the people of Trinidad and Tobago and every woman in Trinidad and Tobago. And so he is delusional because he knows for a fact he cannot overthrow me, and I have refused every of his attempts to control and to influence. So each week begins with a more bizarre, wild, and delusional statement and claims echoed by a sidekick, Mr. Rowley, and stemming from the tag team, Mr. Warner. I want to tell you, I do not intend to play out their script. My lawyers will deal with their lies and their fabrications. I will not play into their script because this is now becoming like, stay tuned. Coming soon in a theater by you, next to you, is the latest in the episodes on the series of a man who is one on the list of the most wanted men in the world. He brings you a bizarre story each week. So look, I'm not getting into that script. You know why? I have to stay focused. My lawyers will deal with their lies and their allegations, but I am focused. I remain focused on what we need to do to continue building the new Trinidad and Tobago. And I want you to remember, this man is like a jack in a box who is trying to jump out of the box. And that box is that he must answer for racketeering, he must answer for wire fraud transfer, he must answer for money laundering, and those charges are not by us here. Those charges have come from every country around the world. One thing you have to say about Mr. Warner, he does not discriminate. He took money from every continent in the world, including right here in the Caribbean, from Haiti.
Well, I don't have much to say. I'm just refreshing your mind in what has passed, and you must take that in the context of what is developing now with the new huddle and engagement and so on, right? Mr. Maraj, I don't know if you have any comments to make.
Well, I made out the voices on the tape. One is, of course, Mr. Jack Warner, very easily to distinguish that voice. And the other voice is the voice of a woman whom we all know, Kamala Prasad's sister. And I suspect that the tape, the recordings are of events that took place, statements made around the 2015 time when they had a breakup between them, and Mr. Warner had been fired from the cabinet, and he was getting back at Mrs. Bissessar. That really is really what it recalls. And now we see that they are getting together again. And I think they're having a meeting tonight. Part of the alliance, the accommodation that is happening with the UNC and the National Transformation Alliance, headed by Gary Griffith. And I think Mr. Warner's ILP, the Independent Liberal Party, is part of that accommodation, though I don't think he has any candidates in the election. And of course, people will be questioning, raising questions like the one that is being raised here. And it's interesting, that I use that quote by Chairman Mao Zedong at the start of the program. I was talking about politics and so on. And Chairman Mao Zedong had said that politics is war without bloodshed, and war is politics with bloodshed. So that's what we're dealing with here. I suppose all of these tapes and so on are going to be revived, and justifiably so. They are weapons. They're part of the weaponry against what is happening in the Center of Excellence tonight, against the reunion of Kamala Prasad Bissessar and Jack Warner, which was a rather magical union at one time. I have made the point that Mr. Warner, very talented politically, of course, he's wanted on 29 charges in the United States, which is seeking an extradition for him to face those charges related to a number of things. And for one cannot condone any error that Mr. Warner would have made or may have made. But, he remains a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago and is entitled to participate in the politics. The people will judge how they receive this rapprochement, this reunion between Mrs. Prasad Bissessar and Mr. Warner. As I said, he was almost like a force of nature in the politics. He was pivotal in the defeat by Mrs. Prasad Bissessar of Mr. Pandey in the internal elections of the UNC. He played a pivotal role as well in bringing together that People's Partnership, which inflicted a heavy defeat on the People's National Movement and brought the partnership into power, and Mrs. Prasad Bissessar as the first female Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. Thereafter, he was a key figure in the government, Minister of National Security, Minister of Works and Transport, and so on. And then he ran into problems. So we will see what happens as a result of it. I must say, as I say, whilst I do not condone anything that he may have done, I think his re-entry into the politics has given a kind of excitement. I mean, Went down to the market today, for example, and people were asking me all over the place what I felt, how I felt, what I said, whether it will be effective or whether or not it will not be effective. But there's a buzz in the air about the reunion, the return. Jack is back. The headline said this morning. One headline said this morning. He's been making the headlines, the news. It's the news, and so it has captured the imagination. I think I see Dr. Fuad Khan is talking about being inspired by his return, for he himself to return. So to the fold of the UNC, he's particularly estranged at the moment. So there are a lot of things that are happening. And it could be, I don't know, but Darren, you would be able to see much more than I would. You are, closer to that side of it. Whether there's concern in the People's National Movement about the return of Mr. Warner. Are people concerned? Do you think he will, stir the kind of movement that he helped to stir, that led to the PNM's defeat in 2010? So, those are the things that are happening, and you have this sort of new dynamic in the politics, this new energy entering the politics. Because, of course, Mr. Warner, a very energetic man, he's very talented. I said he was like a force of nature in the politics when he entered in 2010. It is left to be seen whether that will be the case this time around. But certainly, there is a lot of excitement about his presence in the politics. That I see our newscaster is back, so I would pause there for the time.
That was interesting, your narrative. You danced around the issue and talk about its excitement. You gave us history and information we know about him. The point was really, what were your thoughts on Jack coming back and the reunion between Jack and Gary and Kamala in light of all that has been said and what has happened? And your view on how that affects the moral standing of the country, and what are your thoughts? I mean, I find it strange that you don't have that perspective. And you're concerned if the PNM is concerned about it. The PNM is not concerned about that, I can assure you. The courts might be concerned.
Very glad to hear that.
But you seem to have just skirted the issue and not give your
opinion. No, I don't think I've skirted it. I've answered it. And of course, this is an ongoing discussion, and I'm sure there will be much more to talk about as we go along.
But what are your thoughts? You think it's a good thing for the politics and for the UNC? You seem to be, I think highly of Jack.
Yes, I think it has given significant energy to the campaign of the UNC NTA accommodation. I think it will. I mean, I could be wrong, but I think it will.
But what about the moral fabric of the society and the politics, and so on?
Well, there is this saying, and I mean, all of these things suddenly came into my attention. Niccolo Machiavelli, the 16th century Renaissance philosopher, he wrote a book called The Prince. Some say that it was a satire on politics. Some say that it's something that he really believed. But he said, politics has no relationship to morality. Our own former prime minister talked about politics having a morality of its own. Other people, like Gandhi and so on, have said different things. I have practiced the principle of being against corruption and wanting good governance and so on. But I have seen people like Dr. Rowley, like Columimba, who preached transparency and accountability and so on, presenting a procurement.
But how we reach to them? We're talking about you and your views on what was presented. I don't know about Dr. Rowley. I'm asking your view on this matter. How you reach the Dr. Rowley and Embot and Machiavelli? What is your view?
About politics. We are talking about politics and morality. That's the point I'm talking about.
I'm asking your Ralph Marage's view. A man who leave the UNC and called out on corruption and all those things and walk away from the UNC. What is Ralph Marage's position today?
I remain against corruption. I remain against lack of transparency and accountability. I say that Mr. Warner, for whatever wrong he has done, will have to account when he is extradited to the United States. But as a citizen, he remains entitled to participate in the politics. My view is, and from what I am seeing in the reaction and so on, he has brought significant excitement. That is something that could be welcomed.
We go for the news, Mr. Maraj. You introduce the news.
All right. Kevin Garcia will read News Center 5.
Broadcasting from Port of Spain, Trinidad, this is the most influential name in radio, I-95.5. Live local coverage you can depend on. This is News Center 5 at 5.
The UN adopts a resolution to recognize August 11th as World Steel Pan Day. A suspected drowning in the south of the country. The victim is a 34-year-old man. And deadly flash floods add to misery in Afghanistan. Good afternoon, Trinidad and Tobago. Now with the news in detail, I am Kevin Garcia. It is official. August 11th is World Steel Pan Day. The UN General Assembly this afternoon adopted the resolution to recognize August 11th as World Steel Pan Day. It is to be observed annually and will sit on the UN's calendar of days and recognitions. An elated Pan Trinbago President Beverly Ramsey Moore says it is a proud moment for all Trinbagonians.
All right, so it is indeed a proud moment for Trinidad and Tobago, and as the first female and 17th president of Pan Trinbago, I'm elated to have witnessed the passing of the resolution after our line minister would have presented before the General Assembly. I think when you look at the history of where Pan came from, the struggle and the resilience of a people, and today it is globally recognized. It is, of course, a monumental occasion. It is joy unspeakable, and I want to thank the government of Trinidad and Tobago for pushing and the mission here in New York for ensuring that it was presented. And so, Trinidad and Tobago, this is your moment, this is your victory.
She was speaking with News Center 5 this afternoon from New York. She noted the economic benefits to come. The country's Minister of Tourism, Randall Mitchell, is to speak on the resolution in New York. He is leading a delegation which includes Pan Trinbago President Beverly Ramsey Moore and panelists and a Ranger Ray Holman. Minister Mitchell says he is honored to be given the opportunity to place before the Assembly the statement and the resolution to have the Pan recognized in this way. A suspected drowning in Rio Claro. The dead is identified as the tragedy is said to have occurred yesterday. Reports say Mr. Charles is suspected to have drowned in a pond. His bloated body was found floating in the pond yesterday afternoon. Reports say Dayanand Singh went to his camp at Rambarat Trace and saw the body floating in the nearby pond. Officers of the Rio Claro police were contacted. With assistance from undertakers, the officers retrieved the body. Police say Mr. Charles was last seen alive around 10 p.m. on Friday, where he appeared to be intoxicated. An autopsy is expected to be performed. Rio Claro police are investigating. Another former United National Congress member signals his intent to return to the folds of the party. Dr. Fuad Khan says he now sees things in a different light. Dr. Khan has, in the past, unsuccessfully challenged political leader of the UNC, Kamala Prasad-Visesa, for the helm of the party. Speaking with News Center 5 this morning, Dr. Khan said he is willing to return in the interest of the country.
Well, the thing about it is that sometimes you have to, as I say, not just you look at things in a different manner, holistic manner. Yes, she's there. The Kamala Prasad-Visesa is there. She's going nowhere. And the thing about it, if you want to see the country forward, I always maintain that good men should or never stay out of public affairs, or else it will leave the road open for incompetent men and women to run the show.
Dr. Khan said he was inspired by Jack Warner. On Saturday, former Minister of National Security Jack Warner signaled his intent to speak on a platform of the United National Congress tonight. And to some news now outside of Trinidad and Tobago. More than 30 people have died in flash flooding in Afghanistan. At least 30 others are missing. Hundreds of houses have been destroyed and crops washed away. Al Jazeera's Alex Baird reports.
All that's left behind for many communities across eastern Afghanistan. The provinces of Maidan Wardak and Ghazni, as well as the capital Kabul, are worst hit, with dozens of people dead.
6 members of the family survived. There are no women left in the family. They're all gone. There were 3 women in the house.
The speed at which the floods hit during the night surprised many.
It was 3 a.m. when we woke up. Water was coming into our house. There was no way out. We waited for a while inside the house, and then my father decided that we'd get out of the house to escape. As soon as we went outside, we were caught by the water, and the water took everyone, my father and mother, my wife, my son, and my sister-in-law.
Flooding is the latest disaster for Afghanistan, already suffering its 3rd consecutive year. Relief will ever come.
And that story there brings us to the end of your news to 5 o'clock. As we go, here's a resolution to recognize August 11th as World Steel Pan Day. A suspected drowning in the south of the country. The victim is a 34-year-old man. And deadly flash floods add to misery in Afghanistan. I am Kevin Garcia. Thank you so much for staying with us. Our next Major News Center 5 can be heard this evening at 6 o'clock.
News Center 5, live local coverage you can depend on. I-95.5, the most influential name in radio.
Copas is celebrating 65 years, and we want you to celebrate with us. Apply for a Jubilee loan and get up to $65,000 at competitive interest rates. Not a member? No problem. Apply today to access our Jubilee loan. Offers valid from June 29th to July 28th. Normal lending conditions apply. See our social media pages for more information. Call or visit us at 235-5636. Copas, here for you.
The road to homage continues. It's our We Tobago Heritage Festival 2023. All are we and all are who are we be.
On the 26th of July, Pembroke is calling you to come to Salaka Feast.
On July 27th,
walking with the garlic and liquor too, folk tales and superstitions.
And on the 29th of July, the day before the wedding, the groom will be at the rum shop line in Scarborough, trying to figure out why he's getting married on the 30th of July in the Mariah Old Time Wedding.
Sunday, July 30th, we travel to the Far East for a Tobago Harvest Experience in Speyside. Then, hear the blowing of the shell, see the pulling of the sail, and listen to the beating of the oil drum on July 31st at the Black Rock Sea and Pan Festival.
Bringing the curtains down on August the 1st, we dance to the rhythm of the drums and celebrate through the streets of Crown Point.
Homage! All are we, and all are who are we be.
It's emancipation time again. Come join us for this year's Pan-African Festival TT, commemorating emancipation at the Legiasu Omawale Emancipation Village, Queens Park, Savannah, from July 28th to August 2nd. Come and shop at the biggest African market in the Caribbean, where you'll find the largest collection of African-inspired art, craft, jewelry, clothing, educational materials, and food. Enjoy 5.5 days of family fun with special activity zones for children. There'll be entertainment, jazz, pan, tambour bamboo, calypso, rapso, reggae, dancing, and drumming. Open daily from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Admission free until 3 p.m. After 3 p.m., entrance fee is $40. Children under 12 free. Let's meet up at the Village, July 28th to August 2nd. The Emancipation Support Committee of Trinidad and Tobago, creating opportunities to achieve our full potential.
50 years they have been here giving you the best. Trini to the bone. KFC, TNT is home. Doors open in 1973. St. James the first outlet in Trini. It's TNT that make this singer. For KFC, TNT is really sweet, sweet TNT. Oh, we love up this country. Sweet, sweet TNT. Best place in the world to ever be. Oh, 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 oh.
It's KFC's 50th anniversary in TNT. Come join the celebration. KFC, it's finger licking good.
You could get more data, you want that. Hotspot share, you like that. Move so much faster, keep it on track. Digicel, with the only network that got it like that. We rolling with Digicel. My plan just we roll with them. More data for any use, talk longer and roll over data too, yeah. We rolling with Digicel. My plan just we roll with them. Faster speeds, better plans. Stick with the champion, yeah.
Download the My Digicel app or dial *323# to find out more today. Digicel, better connected.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Give thanks and celebrate.
Brindella Fashion says,
Give thanks and celebrate.
give thanks and celebrate emancipation. Come celebrate Emancipation Day with us on the road. Tuesday, August 1st from 9 a.m. Come meet the big truck at the Brian Lara Promenade and move with us to the Legiasu Omawale Village, Queens Park, Savannah. Come celebrate emancipation with Brindella Fashions for a wide range of authentic African-inspired clothing and jewelry. Located at Dinsley Gardens, Trent City. All are welcome to join us on the road August 1st from 9 a.m. Let's give thanks and celebrate.
Give thanks and celebrate. Give thanks and celebrate. Give thanks and celebrate. Give thanks and celebrate.
Parang time is anytime with Parang Under the Stars 2. The National Parang Association of Trinidad and Tobago invites you to Christmas in July. Parang Under the Stars 2. Meet us at Estate 101, Saddle Road, Maraval on Saturday, July 29th. Gates open from 6 p.m. Last year was nice, so we're back again with 9 top Parang bands. Amantes de Paranda, Los Buenos Paranderos, BB Serenaders, Los Alumnos de San Juan, Sam Coach, Herencia Venezolana, Voces de Promesa, Una Solo Voz, Los Amigos Cantadores, also featuring Soca Parang Kings, Baron, and Gracie. Showtime 7 p.m. There'll be door prizes to be won. Tickets cost $200 in advance. You pay more by the door. Come enjoy some sweet, sweet Parang and dance the night away under the stars. For tickets tickets, call East 477-8891, Central 743-3977, West 272-9024, or South 797-4968. Brought to you by the National Parang Association of Trinidad and Tobago in collaboration with Estate 101. Parang Under the Stars 2, Saturday, July 29th. Viva la Paranda! Come visit us at our vehicle loan event. Let Venture Credit Union take you where you need to go. Visit us at our Venture Credit Union branches in San Fernando on July 25th, Cuba July 26th, and Aruca on July 27th. If you need further information, call us today at 225-4VCU. That's 225-4828. Or WhatsApp 721-8885. Normal lending criteria apply. Proud to be Venture. Don't miss the opportunity to share your valuable ideas at the Southwest Regional Health Authority's board meeting, open to the public, this Thursday, July 27th from 4 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. We want to hear from you. Meet us at the San Fernando City Corporation City Hall Auditorium, Harris Promenade. To register, call 226-8022 or visit the SWRHA Facebook page. It's free to the public. This Thursday, July 27th, from 4 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. at the San Fernando City Hall Auditorium. Register today.
You exercising to get fit and healthy. Going to the rivers and beaches to spend time with your family. Yet you're leaving the place dirty. Whether it's Chancellor, Buku, the Savannah, or one of the streets by way, let us reduce, reuse, and recycle and clean up the country. No matter your age or gender, everyone can be an earth defender. Get into green with Swim Call.
Wait, how are you going busy so this early 4-day morning, Mabel?
Well, y'all are busy. I don't have time to talk. I'm going to get the money Auntie Clara sent for claim me barrel and to get myself ready for heritage.
Heritage, you say? It's still having that?
Melda, what kind of question you ask me? How you mean? Here now? This is the 36th year of prestigious Tobago Heritage Festival, and this year they're calling it homage. Homage? Yes, Melda. Like that word they're too big for you? Let me break it down. They're paying tribute, honor, and respect. Honoring the past is a celebration of the present and an inspiration for the youths of the future.
So watch now. When exactly is all of that?
Here, the official period is from the 24th of July to August the 1st. But it have plenty to see, Melda, and plenty to do before that. Oh, God, you're coming.
On your marks, get set, go! TNT, please support the NGC N3ATT National Open Championships on Saturday, July 29th at 2 p.m. and Sunday, July 30th at 3 p.m. at the newly refurbished Paisley Crawford Stadium. Come see our top athletes as they seek national glory and vie for selection for the upcoming World Athletics Championships to be held in Hungary. Come out and see Tareem Richards and Kishore Walcott after their recent gold medal performances at the CAC Games in El Salvador, along with members of our successful relay teams. Also competing will be athletes from the Caribbean, Guyana, Jamaica, St. Kitts and Nevis, and from Liberia and Ivory Coast. The NGC N3ATT National Open Championships is on Saturday, July 29th, 2 p.m. and Sunday, July 30th, 3 p.m. at the newly refurbished Paisley Crawford Stadium. Entry fee $100.
This Monday night, the UNC's on the move with its local government candidates. The UNC NTA joint platform live from the Center of Excellence, Mokoya. Let's build a safe and secure TNT together. See the winning candidates working to build a safe and secure TNT through the power of local government. Safe schools, safe streets, safe communities. Don't miss a major speech by political leader Kamala Prasad Bisesa and your winning local government candidates. Live from the Center of Excellence, Mokoya, 7 p.m. on this station. Stand your ground on August 14th. Secure your future and family. Vote UNC.
August 14th, vote for UNC. That's the way to secure your family.
That was a paid political announcement.
Gonna make this a night to remember.
It's a beautiful night to remember at KD's Green and White Experience. On Saturday, July 29th, bring your cooler and come enjoy a night of old school and band. Number 42, Patrick Pample Place, Malabar Rima, from 9 p.m. to 3 a.m. Enjoy the best of old school with DJs Mr. Q, Tie Dye, and Sunset George, with special guest appearances by band soloist Dennis Smith and Desperado Steel Orchestra. There'll be a special prize for the best dressed male and female in African wear. Complimentary drink on entry with a food bar available to all. Admission is only $200. For info, call 797-7711 or 683-0735. Saturday, July 29th. Bring your cool and come to KD's residence from 9 p.m. for a green and white experience. Let's make this a beautiful night to remember.
This is the 95 Afternoon Drive with Darian and Ralph on the Eye.
The first thing I'd like to do is say good afternoon to the driver and occupancies of HDA 5774. This Maxi I-95 is always played, continues to be played, big supporter of I-95.5 FM. And they are currently listening to the afternoon drive. So all the driver and the occupants of HDA 5774, thank you for listening. Thanks for staying tuned. Get home safely. Have a good one. Mr. Mirage, are you there? Mr. Mirage? Mr. Mirage, are you there? Mr. Mirage is not there? If Mr. Mirage is not there, I'm sorry he's not there. But I want to say this to Trinidad and Tobago and for all our listeners around the world. This is not a laughing matter. Mr. Mirage said that Jack Warner coming back will bring excitement to the politics and so on, and energize the UNC union and so on. And I do find it not funny. It might be funny for some, but I want to say this, right? On the other side, in the real world, there's this conversation. Right now, there's a president of the United States before different courts in America on many charges for misconduct in public office. When you become a member of parliament or local government, or you sign an oath to ensure that you conduct yourself in a particular way, so there will be morality in public office, and that contributes to good governance. We have murders in this place every day, and all kind of young black people doing all kind of wrong thing, and we ask why. Now, Mr. Jack Warner is somebody known to me, and I consider him a friend on a personal note, but in public life, I will not condone publicly Mr. Warner's behavior. Ms. Kamla Prasad Bisesap told Mr. Warner, go and clear your name and then come back. My discomfort is this Mr. Ralph Mirage has sat in 2 cabinets in this country as a minister of government. And to give the impression that Mr. Warner and the numerous international charges he's under, to the point where 2 of his sons were locked up and charged and detained. So the argument of, well, it just all that it is, it really adds energy to the campaign and this and that. And if the PNM is worried about Mr. Warner, the country should be worried and concerned as to how the world is looking at us in light of these situations. There must be integrity and morality in public business, management of the state, the management of government business. I'm so disappointed but not surprised. And I want to tell you, listening to me, I want to say this. I notice a trend in this country. When it comes to business at the PNM, there'll be those who will be critical and talk about principle, moral, ethics, all sorts of things. And then they will want to quote the Bible for you about right and wrong, even though their religious beliefs has nothing to do with the Bible. Their religious association have nothing to do with the Bible, but they want to quote it for you so that you will feel badly and refer to your morals and moorings and ethics and spirituality. But that is only for you. When it comes to them and their behavior and conduct, you can't use the same guidelines, and they move the goalposts all the time. Very unprincipled. But I want to leave that there for now. But I want you to pay attention. It is okay because it creates excitement and it's all on the newspapers and it's making the headline and it'll energize the campaign. And is the PNM worried? This is not about the PNM. This is about you, Trinidad and Tobago, and the moral fabric of our society. But it's easy to play convenience at it. And twice you would have gone to the parliament as a member of parliament and swear and sign, in short, uphold good governance. But the argument is different today. Not surprised. Let's open the lines. 6223937. Yeah. Police and thief we playing. Police and thief. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Matson.
Welcome.
Thank you. You know what is so very, very, very sad about this? For the last 6 or 7 years, or all of the 8 years that this PNM government has been in power, this character has been writing about 25 times about social decay and decadence in this country. And every time he has attributed it to Dr. Rowley's PNM, every single time without fail. Corrupt, this, that, questionable, AV drilling, Dr. Rowley still a question to answer. Even though when Gary Griffith was commissioner, the same Gary Griffith who he has promoted and endorsed came with a report saying that from their investigations and international investigations, they have found nothing to connect Dr. Rowley to corruption. But because it suits him, he finds nothing wrong with Jack Warner, a man on 70-something charges internationally, being reintegrated into because it suits his politics. And you know, what saddens me about this thing, you know, in 2010, when poor, desperate Haiti had this earthquake that killed hundreds of people, you know, one of the Koreas, either North or South Korea, made a donation of $10 million to the people of Haiti. Now, this is a football association associated with the Asian Football Association. So they did the right thing. Through the Asian Football Association, they sent it to the parent football confederation for this part of the world, which is CONCACAF. You know, not a cent of that money reached the people of Haiti. Not a cent reached the people of Haiti. And this character is coming to write and keeps talking about social decay. But Warner, nothing wrong. There's an excitement, there's a buzz with Warner. But you see where he gone? Procurement, Dr. Rowley and Imbert. Everything is diversionary and dishonesty in the extreme. That is why, you see, I cannot resist the temptation every Monday to call in and deal with this character because he is abysmally dishonest in the extreme. And he should be called out every time it comes up. Thank you very much, Mr. Marcel.
Thanks for your call. Appreciate it. Let's take
May I say that?
Go ahead.
Good evening, sir.
Hold 1 second, please. Hold 1 second. Mr. Maraj?
Yeah, I am here, you know. I'm hearing everything, and you were trying to teach me. But I totally, completely reject what that caller, that first caller said. He seems very preoccupied with me, and I think it is distorting his thinking. But more of that later.
Caller.
Yes, good day. I'm calling from Norfolk, Virginia, sir.
Welcome.
Thank you for taking my call. And in all due respect, Mr. Mirage, Bojangles, if you had a pair of shoes, I'd lend it to you. Because you did not answer the question directly. The question that the good gentleman asked you here is, what is Ralph Mirage's opinion as far as a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago, which, even though I live out here, I'm not white. And when you're white, you're considered black to some extent, okay? Regardless of what your heritage is. So they will always be a Trinidadian in this disunited States of America. So, Mr. Warner, as far as it stands, you have to look at it from the aspect of the moral fiber of the country. And by the way, I do not carry the water for Mr. Rowley or Mrs. Kamala Prasad-Pisesa, because in my opinion, again, I'm entitled to my opinion, maybe not to my facts, but as far as I'm concerned, okay, they are relics of the past as far as politics is concerned. And that's my opinion. And the thing is, with Mr. Griffith, I'm so disappointed with him, because the fact is that as a man who wore the uniform and a graduate of Sandhurst, you're supposed to be an officer and a gentleman. And the fact is that regardless of whether it's politics or whether it's numbers or whatsoever, you got to remember that not every registered Trinidadian, just like in the United States, not every registered American is a Democrat or Republican. And in Trinidad, not every registered voter is a PNM or UNC or whatever. And you have lost the open-minded and neutral, patriotic citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. And so that's my opinion about it.
Thanks for your call.
It's very unfortunate.
Thanks for your call. Let's take another call. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Marcel.
Good afternoon. Welcome.
Is that Mr. Barrington there with you?
No. Cameron is here with me and Mr. Mirage.
Mr. Cameron. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Very interesting topic. But before I make my quick comment, I too will want to join you in congratulating the government of Trinidad and Tobago on its advocacy at the United Nations General Assembly for identifying the 11th of August as World Pan Day. That leadership, that didn't happen by VAPS. It happened because of the advocacy and the leadership of the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. So henceforward, there are 193 countries in the United Nations General Assembly. That will be noted by 193 countries of the world. I want to congratulate the leader, the Prime Minister, and the leader. But let me come to the other point. I listened to my colleague use the word sad, but I want to add to it. It's always sad but offensive that your co-host will try to move away from values and principles and standards and conveniently hitch his wagon to politics. And when he touted the fact that he left because of corruption, and here you have a situation which points to values and principles and standards, and he conveniently moves from it. But let me give you my opinion very quickly. I consider the actions of Kamala Prasad-Pisesa, Gary Griffith, and Jack Warner as the actions of political chameleons. And a chameleon is a type of lizard that is on a tree. And if the leaves of the tree are green, the lizard turns its skin to green. And if the leaves of the tree are brown, the lizard turns its color to brown. And if it is yellow, the lizard turns to yellow. Do you know why? The lizard is trying to fool you. The lizard is trying to mislead you. That's what it does, to hide away so it will not be noted. So that is how I describe them, as the words of political chameleons. And I think your co-host can easily be described as a political chameleon. And as I close, let me also say this, that in 2010, we had what was called a partnership, partner SHIP, in 2023, I see we have a partner trick, TRICK. They have come together and put themselves together as a partner trick. And I am of the view that the right-thinking people of Trinidad and Tobago will not allow this partner trick to mislead or fool them. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your call. Let's take another call. Good afternoon.
Gentlemen.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Well, your program and your station is a great inspiration to me. You all have helped me to become my best self. She did horn me, took all the money. She sold the house. She put me out in the street. She turned the children against me. She makes sure and dirty my name, but I am going to reconcile with her. These things happen in life to show you how to be better than you are. The opportunity shouldn't be missed. I'd really like to thank I-95 and the afternoon drive for this wonderful education. Thank you. Goodbye.
Let's take another call. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon, Darius.
Good afternoon and welcome.
What an interesting program. That first caller who spoke very authoritatively on the subject is one of our finest minds in politics, and whose shoes Ralph Maraj cannot even touch for us to put on. And when he makes his statement, there is such strong credibility about it that everyone has to stand up and take note. It is important, it's very important, that morality in public affairs be observed, be practiced, be supported, and corruption discouraged. It was stated some time ago that unless you are corrupt to the core and one of international repute, you cannot be a part of the UNC. We have a classic example of it in the past and even more so now. Gentlemen, have a good evening.
Thanks for your call. Let's take another call. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I don't know who's there, so I'll just say gentlemen. That last caller was so on point. When I hear that first caller, I am on the line holding on. I hang up because I want to hear every word he has to say. Very informative. I'm trying to understand. Gary Griffith said all what he said about Kamala, and she welcomed him with open arms. Well, probably she's saying like Jack, yesterday was yesterday and today was today. And they have him like if he's a messiah, roll back into the USA, into the UNC. And now, Uncle Jack is making his debut tonight. And I say, but wait, they getting on like, wait, Santa Claus come back? Really? As a caller told John Benward this morning, Jack Warner don't have no political sting anymore. And I don't know what about the money, but I don't think he's relevant anymore. But he probably seen an avenue where he could roll in with them and they will hug him back up, and yesterday will be yesterday and today will be today. It is so interesting. Wow, boy, all I could say, Kamala Prasad Bissessa is a very desperate woman. Very desperate.
Thanks for your call. Let's take another call. Good afternoon, welcome.
Good afternoon, Darian, Gary, and Mr. Maraj. I am just calling to make one comment. You know, listening to Mr. Maraj, this talk about Jack Warner, it's difficult to believe that Jack Warner is an international criminal, you know. He made the man sound like, you know, he is something to be looked up to and admired. I just want to remind the national public that Jack Warner is an international criminal, regardless of how Mr. Maraj tried to sweeten him up and put a little sugar and thing on him. That's what he is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we take the next call, I want to say happy birthday to Mr. Trevor Desmond Vincent Conteste as his 89th birthday today. As man is a caller, a listener to I-95, one of the hardcore supporters of I-95. Mr. Conteste, happy birthday to you, and may God continue to bless and keep you and give you many more healthy, good years. Thanks again for listening, and God bless. And from your grandson and everybody, remember your family and the I-95 family, Mr. Conteste. Happy birthday to you. Let's take another call.
Hello, good afternoon.
Welcome.
Hey, Gary and Mr. Barrington. Listeners here, 95.
Gary Barrington is not here this afternoon.
Oh, Mr. Mirage.
No, Cameron Fisher is here as well.
Cameron, what's up?
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, man, good afternoon. Darren Marcel,
Oi.
I doesn't be so worried about the obscenities and the disrespect and the disregard and the callousness. Like, you know, these wish-wash political movements, you know, but what I have a problem with is the political electorate that has voted for them. Take away names, description, time and place. We everybody need to share political licks at this time. And I am calling on the opposition members. This is not what all you want. All you know it. You know the people who they think the support that they garner, they need to share some political licks and teach them a lesson that, listen, you cannot bring this rubbish and doctor it and say that this is food. If you understand what I'm saying there, Marcel, and the people that support them need to send a clear message to this type of obscenity, this obscene politics. And that, Marcel, what has getting me to is that when the people who support the government and support the PNM have salient points in terms of why we support this government, we are deemed to be fanatics. I mean, what could be more fanatical in at face value than supporting this what is before us here right now? If I understand, because even though I support the PNM, that will still dishearten me what I'm getting on with Dano, Dari, and Marcel. You understand? Because it's important for them to reach a level of understanding in the country for us to make this country go forward. Rather than you have a show and you didn't support nothing that needed support, and all you come in with this clown show for people. And I'm calling to the electorate, calling on the electorate to reject it. UNC people, all you had to reject that. Thanks very much for following all this time.
Yeah, thanks for your call. We're gonna take a couple more calls, but I want to talk to Mr. Kelvin Morris from Tobago. There's a very serious development that the country should know about, and the country should have a sense of some dangerous developments in Tobago. So we're gonna try and get him to give a comment on this development. Let's take our next call. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Marcel.
Good afternoon and welcome.
Mr. Marcel.
Yes, sir.
A columnist is expected to be balanced. How could you be attacking the Prime Minister every Sunday? Up to yesterday, Mr. Maraj is making this local election look like a battle between Dr. Rowley and Gary. He has the most nasty things to say about the Prime Minister, but he goes whenever it comes to Miss Kamala, Gary, and Jack.
And let me ask you this. What do you gather by all that we've understood over time?
Well, I would say blood together water and both of our feathers flow together.
Thanks for your call. Let's take another call. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
And welcome.
Yes. I want to make a statement. Everybody has a time, and you see Jack one a time, it's gone. They're desperate and they're clinging to a straw. Guy Griffith, what you could do for this country? The next point I want to make, wasn't Kamala Prasad-Bissessar and the UNC writing to the US authorities not too long ago to place sanction on this nation for dealing with Maduro?
Yeah.
Who they dealing with now? Who the UNC dealing with now?
Thanks for your call.
And I want to know if she wearing green tomorrow night.
Thanks for your call. We have Mr. We're going to try to get Mr. Kelvin Morris, minority leader of the THA to speak with us a minute on a development in Tobago that I consider to be disturbing and worrisome, and one that we should all pay attention to and not just ignore or trivialize. When politicians will have their political issues, we agree, we disagree, we support, we don't support, we can have hard talk. But when people's lives are threatened, it takes us to a different place. And this is not something to leave unattended. And I want to share this. I want to hear from Mr. Kelvin Morris. What is this development? I think it's something that we should discuss. I want to share this. You got him? Mr. Morris? Kelvin Morris? Mr. Morris? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Morris, good afternoon.
Yes, I'm here.
Thanks for taking our call. I was in Tobago over the weekend, and in my toing and froing, I heard some very uncomfortable statements about your life being threatened. And you had to go to the point where you had to take a report to the police. Could you enlighten the country what was this about? And if it is true at all?
Let me firstly say good afternoon to you, Dario, and good afternoon, Trinidad and Tobago. Indeed, those conversations are indeed true. I had reason to make a report, an official report to the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service at the Scarborough Police Station last Wednesday, which was the day of this special sitting. And that would have emanated from a series of incidents. One starting with a call my mom received the day before, which was at 5:25 a.m. on Tuesday from an unknown caller via social media, via Facebook Messenger. And that person who was identified as a female, sort of senior aged voice, were indicated and to my mom that I need to stop what I'm doing, else they would deal with me. And then on Wednesday of that sitting, special sitting, which became at the very end, became quite scary for me in terms of the number of people that was a crowd that became very I guess unruly and very rowdy. Coming out of that, I had a member who would have previously issued some threat to me basically regurgitate those threats again.
So the person threatened you previously?
Yes.
And then repeated it again?
Repeated it again. And this time I took it very serious because the nature of the threat was going down a road that was personal to my life and my safety. So having heard the threat prior and now having it repeated, I decided to take it as very serious and I made a report. There's one, the second incident emanated from a known propagandist of the PDP who also would have repeated some threatening words to me in the house as a stranger, being a stranger to the house, would have issued some even in the face of me calling the police right there and then. The individual continued to threaten me. So I was advised to make the reports, and I've since made those reports, and I think the police is doing their necessary investigation and treating with that matter.
The one that came to your mother, the cybercrime unit can track that and will determine who that is.
Interestingly, what I was told, and I'm not too sure how these technology work, but my mother said as soon as she tried to track to see the profile, because initially it came from these things pop up, no face really. And by the time she tried to track to the call, just to pull up like the name and that kind of thing. They call disappeared from her
No, that's
phone.
okay. That's okay. The cybercrime unit
Yeah.
can pull that. But
So
the threat that you got on Thursday, did it come from somebody who is foreign to the chamber?
well, both. One came from a colleague, as an opposing member, sitting secretary.
Could you tell
and
us who
one,
that name is, who that person is?
well, the sitting secretary is one Mr. Ian Whitey Pollard. And I
Mr.
can
Pollard
also,
threatened you?
definitely, and it is not the first time, as I said, this gentleman would have issued to me a threat that I found quite curious, because he also aligned the threat to a certain religious a religion in this country, and in my mind, he's also casting aspersions on that religion, because he made the association in such a way to say that because he's affiliated to that religion, he can in fact treat with me.
This is Tobago we talking about, you know.
Yes.
No, this is challenging for me, difficult for me. Even
It
when
is
I
rather
was
unfortunate that this is where we are in Tobago, where we are all very close. In fact, when you walk the length and breadth of Tobago, people will tell you we're all connected in some way. We have this, even as we're in the spirit of the heritage, we always say all are we are one family. And to see the politics have descended to this level, it is really unfortunate. It's something that is really, really sad.
Well, I was very disturbed when, on more than one occasion over the weekend, people either called me or when they met me, brought it to my attention. They were very disturbed by it. But I had my difficulties coming to wrapping my head around it, because Tobago, you're right, Tobago is one happy family. We could disagree, whether we from the west or the east or wherever, we could disagree on different, whether who parked the state sweeter or whatever, but to bring personal threats to one's life and for it to elevate that somebody have to call your mother, to threaten your mother, to threaten you, or send a threat to you through your mother. That's this is inappropriate. This is terrible. This is not good.
Yeah, it is real. It is taking the politics to a place that is very foreign to Tobago. I've seen politics through the era of Mr. Charles, Mr. London come through, and whereas you would have a difference of opinion in the House, I've never seen it denigrate to a level where one would have felt threatened by the presence of another member, and even strangers coming into the House to make members so uncomfortable that they have to ask for security. We had to leave through the back door of the Assembly Legislature because of the very nature of the environment on that day.
But those people were mobilized by Mr. Farley Augustine to support the special motion. They were mobilized by Farley and the independents. But coming to support his position is fine. But it was not motion because he didn't move any motion or resolution. Coming to support him is fine, but not to intimidate and threaten people.
And that's the point, because we still live in a very democratic country. We have freedom of association, and therefore everyone should be free to associate and to have their opinion without that recourse of feeling threatened. I, as minority leader, I have a fiduciary duty to, dispel those functions appointed to me by the president without fear of favor, malice, or ill will. And therefore, one has to appreciate that I should be allowed to do my functions without, the harassment. And so it's very unfortunate that we are at this point at this time.
Well, I want to tell you, Mr. Morris, this is degenerating badly, because here we had Brother B on his talk show program on television, having had to apologize for for expressing a narrative about of scolding the chief secretary and expressing his free view, as he did previously with Dr. Rowley and others. He was chastised by by the station management, and he had to come and apologize. And while you on that program that morning on the Facebook feed, you had many members of the independent secretaries chastising him on the feed. So it was, in my view, it was a straight attack on the freedom of press, freedom of opinion in Tobago, and what you have gone through there and what you have explained to the country and the world is even more frightening. Where one of your colleagues sitting in the house who holds the office of secretary could threaten you.
Yes. And you know what is also interesting is the silence of our watchdog organization. So in the instance of Brother B, you had nothing coming out from not even from the Tobago rep. You know, in a matter where politicians would have openly initiated a situation where this colleague was reprimanded for having his own view on his program. And in this situation, we just saw recently the chief secretary openly criticizing a magistrate, a member of the judiciary, and I'm yet to hear anything from the Law Association of Trinidad and Tobago.
But not only that, Mr. Martin George, who is the defender of everybody, I can't recall so far hearing Mr. Martin George's comment as a senior attorney in Trinidad and Tobago. Treat with that. I haven't heard him. I haven't heard Miss what's her name?
Diane
Haddad speak about governance and issues. I haven't heard Mr. Dr. Winford James. I haven't heard Mr. Hochoi Charles. I haven't heard none of these people who normally comment on everything.
Exactly. So it seems that as though the voices of these people are very loud when it comes to the People's National Movement, and then it's conveniently silent and mellow when it comes to others. And
I experienced that this afternoon. We experience that here on every Monday evening on the afternoon drive.
It is quite unfortunate, you know. I expect the least we can ask for is fair and balance. You know, let us be fair and balanced. Oh, it can't be one rule for the PNM and another for the others. It can't be that the PNM is going to be held. We make no apologies for being held at a higher standard, but don't lower the bar. Let the bar remain for everybody, and that is how the politics and that is how governance is going to rise to that level that we all ascribe to. It is making sure that the bar remains level regardless who sits at the seat.
Mr. Morris, I want to thank you for chatting with us. I want to ask that you and your family stay very vigilant in terms of your safety and well-being. I want to tell you I'm happy that you made that report to the police, but please don't take anything for granted, but continue doing the right thing in the interest of all of Tobago.
Thank you so much, and may you and your colleagues here have a blessed afternoon.
Thank you very much. Take care. I don't know if Mr. Maraj have any comments as we wrap up, but you will also take the opportunity to introduce.
Thank you very much. It has been a very interesting evening. All I can say is may democracy prevail, and may we go forward together as a nation. May all have a chance to always express their views. And we've moved now to News Center 5 at 6 with Kevin Garcia.
Casting from Port of Spain, Trinidad, this is the most influential name in radio, I-95.5. Live local coverage you can depend on. This is News Center 5 at 6.
The UN declares August 11th as World Steel Pan Day. Pan Trinbago says it is a proud moment for Trinidad and Tobago. Police send a warning to all gangs operating in the La Joquita district. Deportation orders serving to 15 Venezuelan migrants, activist Yesenia Gonzalez responds. And U.S. calls Israel's passage of judicial overhaul law unfortunate. Good evening, Trinidad and Tobago. Now with the news in detail, I am Kevin Garcia. It is official. August 11th is World Steel Pan Day. The UN General Secretary, or rather the Assembly, this afternoon adopted the resolution to recognize August 11th as World Steel Pan Day. It is to be observed annually and will sit on the UN's calendar of days and recognitions. Pan Trinbago President Beverly Ramsey Moore says it is a proud moment for all Trinbagonians.
All right, so it is indeed a proud moment for Trinidad and Tobago, and as the first female and 17th president of Pan Trinbago, I'm elated to have witnessed the passing of the resolution after our line minister would have presented before the General Assembly. I think when you look at the history of where Pan came from, the struggle and the resilience of a people, and today it is globally recognized. It is, of course, a monumental occasion. It is joy unspeakable, and I want to thank the government of Trinidad and Tobago for pushing and the mission here in New York for ensuring that it was presented. And so, Trinidad and Tobago, this is your moment, this is your victory.
Mrs. Ramsey Moore was speaking with News Center 5 this afternoon from New York. She listed the economic benefits to come.
The resolution was passed by consensus, where we had over 80 countries signing on as co-sponsors. This is in itself a significant achievement. And in terms of the awareness and the promotion of Pan all over the world, it means, therefore, we can now ramp up our efforts at manufacturing and exporting and monetizing all the products, because we see Pan in schools, not only in Trinidad and Tobago, but all over the world. So now it presents a platform for all our people in Trinidad and Tobago to get involved. A steel pan is being sold in some countries for something like 3, 4, 5,000 US. And so therefore, the manufacturing sector, I see a boost in the manufacturing sector.
This country's Minister of Tourism, Randall Mitchell, is leading a delegation which includes Mrs. Ramsey Moore and panist and Ranger Ray Holman. Minister Mitchell says he is honored to be given the opportunity to place before the Assembly the statement and the resolution to have the Pan recognized in this way. The head of the Northern Division sends a warning to all gangs operating in the La Joquita district. The TTPS is coming for you. The warning follows 3 murders in the area on the weekend. 18-year-old Keelan Joseph and 24-year-old Akil McWilliams were gunned down on Saturday. Today, Senior Superintendent Kerwin Francis says the La Joquita district has been very peaceful and has seen a reduction in crime over the past year. However, he says gangs appear to be rearing their heads again. As such, the senior officer says police patrols will be ramped up with a special focus on gangs in the area.
Notwithstanding these efforts, we would have also seen over this weekend 2 homicides occurring in that district, which, based on our intelligence, may have been linked to gang activity. Given this, we will continue our efforts and indeed ramp up our operational activities in the La Joquita district with the support of the Interagency Task Force, Guard and Emergency Branch, K9 Unit, and the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force, supported by all of our intelligence agencies. These operations will be directed at the gangs who have been seeking to raise their heads at this time.
Senior Superintendent Francis tells gang members and their leaders they are not welcomed in the area. He says law and order will be maintained in his district and anyone seeking to do otherwise will be dealt with.
We have taken note of certain individuals who have placed themselves on social media, trying to distance themselves from these homicides. Notwithstanding your pronouncements, and based on our intelligence, all individuals who are linked to gangs and gang activity within the La Hokata district will be attended upon by my officers, all aimed at maintaining that peace and stability which has existed in the La Hokata district for the past year. I encourage all residents to cooperate and continue your collaboration with law enforcement as we seek to bring and restore and maintain that peace and security in your community.
Meanwhile, the body of the man found in Aruka is yet to be positively identified by police. However, police believe it may be that of a missing accountant. The body was found in a grave in Windy Hill. The gruesome find was made yesterday afternoon. Police say the corpse was discovered in what they describe as a freshly dug out area under a circular wooden board. Officers say they were conducting inquiries just off Palm Drive at around 2 p.m. yesterday when they made the find. Cadaver dogs and grave diggers were brought in. Police say the decomposing corpse was unearthed some 6 feet under. Investigators say the body was partially wrapped in cloth and plastic. The House of Representatives approves the Senate to the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Amendment and Validation Bill 2023. The amendments grant greater scrutiny of the Office of Procurement Regulator in procurement matters and allowed for regulations to be made for the approval of contracts up to a sum of $1 million. The House passed a government motion to approve the amendments without opposition support. The second extraordinary sitting of the House of Representatives took 30 minutes.
Mr. Lee?
No.
Mr. Charles?
No.
Mr. Indar Singh?
No.
Mr. Hussain?
No.
Mr. Parry?
No.
Ms. Mohit? No. Mr. Tanku?
No.
Dr. Citron?
No.
Honorable members on a division, with 19 members voting for, 8 members voting against, and no abstentions. The motion for the amendments are carried.
Earlier, Barrett area San Juan MP Saddam Hussein said the amendments added additional bureaucracy to the procurement exercise and did not give the OPR the oversight it needed on procurement matters. He raised concerns with Clause 5 of the bill.
The concern here, Madam Speaker, is that it's a very vague, very vague piece of drafting. There are other legislation in which reports have to be made, and for example, annual reports. But there's an additional layer of particulars in terms of it should say exactly what the report should contain. Because the minister could send a very bare-bone report to the office, but he remains compliant with the law, but it may not have the details in which should be there. There are no particulars in which the minister should do this. Also, there's no timeline. What if the government decides to exercise this power to award contracts up to a value of goods? As soon as this bill is passed tonight, and let's say by Friday they start exercising this power, will it be next 10 years that the minister will submit this report to the Office of Procurement Regulator?
He also said the regulation lacks transparency and accountability.
I understand that under the Interpretation Act, and I know the Attorney General may in fact raise this concern, that if a law does not provide a timeline, it means as soon as reasonably practicable. But all of those things are always subject to judicial scrutiny. And those are some of the concerns, Madam Speaker, that we wish to raise with respect to Clause 5. We understand that it would be with the agreement of the office. That may add an additional layer of scrutiny because the minister now has to get the approval for the regulations. We're not speaking about the exemptions of services, but when it comes to the regulations that he has to now make, which has to be reported to the office, I think it lacks that level of particulars that will provide for the encouragement of transparency, accountability, and value for money, which are the main aims and objectives of the parent law.
In wrapping up the debate, Attorney General Reginald Moore SC disagreed.
The new regulation to be introduced, regulations made under Section 63(1)(c), shall provide for the contracts awarded to be reported to the office. Well, that's about transparency. The point there being that contracts are going to be made under the amendment, which has already been accepted in both houses within that $1 million threshold. And those contracts, or all contracts in relation to regulations made pursuant to Section 63, will now simply be reported to the office to allow for the oversight and transparency that that office will bring to ensure that the act is being complied with. I can see nothing objectionable about that, nothing to protest against. I beg to move.
The House was later adjourned to a date to be fixed. The Parliament, which is currently on its annual fixed recess, was recalled to pass this bill after flaws were identified in the Procurement Act. Now that the House has approved the Senate's amendments, the bill will go to the President, Christine Kangaloo, for assent and will subsequently be proclaimed into law. The Joint Trade Union Movement makes good on its promise to deliver a letter to the Office of Finance Minister Colin Mimbert. JTUM President Ansel Roger was flanked by other trade union leaders this morning as they delivered the document. Speaking with media, Mr. Roger said the letter speaks to the many issues facing the working class, among them an increase in the minimum wage. Mr. Roger said all trade unions agree the minimum wage should be increased to $30.
And we talk here about the single parent, the mothers who have to risk their lives day and night going to work in these malls and other establishments in this high crime situation in our country today. Workers in fast food outlets, gas stations, retail stores, hardware, malls, big pharmacy chains, grocery, daily paid workers, contractor workers, minimum wage workers throughout this country. We say that they are getting the rawest deal, and therefore we call for a reasonable increase in the minimum wage from the meager and woefully inadequate $17.50 to at least $30 per hour.
He also called on Minister Imbert to reduce the cost of fuel at the pumps. Mr. Roger said since coming into office, the PNM administration has increased the price of fuel 6 times with the excuse of market forces across the globe.
The price of oil would have declined drastically from last June to this June. And for that period, we have not seen a corresponding decrease in the price of gasoline at the pump. And what that means, therefore, is that as the price of oil continues to fall and that the price of gasoline in Trinidad and Tobago continue to remain high at the pumps, what in fact citizens are paying, they are paying a fuel tax at the pump. And therefore we are calling for the minister to address this issue immediately. We ask citizens to join with us to demand that this government reduce the price of fuel at the pumps because the price of oil has declined drastically from last year to this year.
Mr. Roger also said Minister Imbert and by extension the government are expected to impose a penalty on the working class to increase the retirement age from 60 to 65 in order to access NIB pension. Mr. Roger said the government must scrap that plan.
We are saying that it is wrong, it is immoral, it is vexing, and therefore they should back off from their plan to increase the retirement age to access your NIB pension. We are aware that they are about to send out by registered mail to all of the citizens that correspondence relating to the increase in this retirement pension. And we are saying if it is that the citizens, workers, would have paid religiously throughout their working life, their NIB contribution, that on retirement now, we should not have to pay a penalty or wait until 65 to collect your full NIB pension.
Mr. Roger said the fourth concern is the issue of property tax. He called on the government to scrap the tax, saying now is not the right time as members of the public are still reeling after the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Roger called on the population to show their disgust with the PNM regime when they vote on August 14th. Some of the migrants held at the Chaguaramas heliport have been served deportation letters. This is confirmed by attorney Kristen J. Williams. Mr. Williams is representing some of the detainees. He says 15 of them received deportation orders earlier today. Mr. Williams says the individuals are part of the group of 100 Venezuelan migrants who were held at a bar in St. James on July 9th.
I am aware that persons have become alarmed that the deportation orders were served to the persons at the immigration heliport. I cannot give any further particulars until I have specific instructions from my clients at the heliport. Immigration is the first instance. They started to comply with the law, I dare say, and they made us have a face-to-face meeting with our clients. I'm waiting to speak to my 15 other clients today, hopefully face-to-face, obtain further instructions, and then I could really know my next course of action.
He is hoping the new development can be settled outside the courts.
But initially, we have 7 clients that we were able to see at the Henry Street Division on Friday, and we have written them over the weekend to see a further 15 clients today. So I'm awaiting that response from immigration to know whether or not we can get to speak to our clients, and then we shall be in a position to write immigration and the Minister of National Security, asking him, pursuant to Section 10 of the Immigration Act, on human and compassionate grounds, to stay any deportation order that will lead against our clients whilst they pursue their UNHCR refugee status certificate, if they are granted same. I sincerely hope that we don't have to go to court over this, because this will just be a waste of resources.
And activist Yesenia Gonzalez says the rights of the Venezuelan migrants have been violated. Ms. Gonzalez believes proper procedure was not followed, rendering today's development as one outside the law. She says she is disappointed by the action and claims the migrants are being forced to sign documents against their will.
And I believe that action of the government is an illegal step in the sense you violating the rights of these people, because that deportation order supposed to pass by the High Court first before you actually, the Minister of National Security, signing that document. To me, that has to be investigated, and I think the lawyer should play a very strong part of it in dealing with it, because this is very, very, very bad by forcing those Venezuelan migrants and forcing them, threatening them, telling them if you don't sign it, you're still going to be deported. Where is the migrants' right? I mean, that deportation order is supposed to pass by the High Court before.
She says she has appealed to the Ministry of Health to thoroughly investigate the conditions under which the migrants are being housed. Ms. Gonzalez claims current conditions are deplorable and unfit for human occupation.
The toilet is not working. The toilet is in a really bad condition. It's not working. Water flooding all over the place from the toilet leaking, right? How you could get a place better since last week to now, right? And then I did not hear anything about the Ministry of Health go there and investigate exactly what kind of sickness they have inside there. They're contaminated. People are getting sick. The place smells bad. It's horrible inside there, right? So how come that place will get better from last week to this week? It's worse than ever now, worse.
Ms. Gonzalez claims government is forcing the migrants to sign documents without the presence of a lawyer, which is a violation of human rights. She was speaking with News Center 5 earlier. And to some news now outside of Trinidad and Tobago. Caribbean American public advocate Jumaine Williams and immigration advocates in New York have condemned a new initiative by New York City Mayor Eric Adams. The initiative seeks to help Caribbean and other asylum seekers in the city's care to move out to create critically needed space for arriving families with children seeking asylum. Many of the asylum seekers are Cuban, Haitian, and Venezuelan nationals. Last week, Adams said the city has made every effort to continue serving the more than 90,000 asylum seekers who have been arriving there since last year. Mr. Williams said the right to shelter has been in place for over 30 years, and that right does not simply expire after 60 days in the face of a crisis. He said while the challenges of meeting this emergency are immense, so too is the obligation to do all for the tired and the poor and the huddled masses. He said focus should be placed on helping create opportunities for people who come to the U.S. seeking asylum, not preemptively deny that New York is home to opportunity itself. Williams said the solutions to the crisis are now in Albany, New York's capital, and Washington, D.C., the U.S. capital, and not in restricting or rescinding the rights of its newest New Yorkers in need. The executive director of the New York Immigration Coalition, NYIC, Murad Awade, said getting people into permanent housing needs to be the number one priority and solution to freeing up space in the city's overburdened shelter system. And to some other news, the White House has deemed it unfortunate that Israel's legislature passed a bill that aims to curb the powers of the country's top court, stressing that the administration of U.S. President Joe Biden believes major changes should be decided by consensus. In a brief statement on Monday, just hours after the Israeli Knesset passed the legislation, White House spokeswoman Karine Jean-Pierre said, "It is unfortunate that the vote today took place with the slimmest possible majority." Al Jazeera's Kimberly Halkett files this report.
We've had statements from the National Security Council, part of the White House, as well as the State Department, both speaking from the same sheet of music. And what they're essentially saying is that the feeling is from the Biden administration that it's unfortunate this vote took place. You'll have to remember that the president himself actually sent out a statement just hours before the vote urging the prime minister to change his mind. That did not happen. And now the feeling is that it's unfortunate this went ahead and really essentially moved ahead with the slimmest possible majority. Now, when it comes to these kinds of changes, the view of the White House is that this needs to be done with consensus when there is democratic change, and that is not what the White House is seeing on the ground. Just the opposite, as demonstrated by the fact that there are thousands taking to the streets in protest. It is the view of the White House that this has really divided the Israeli population. And so that is of grave concern to the United States. So the statement that is being issued is one that it's really a feeling that there is a need for the Israeli leaders to work together to find some consensus. And the feeling is that this can only be brought about through political dialogue.
And that story there brings us to the end of your news to 6 o'clock. As we go, here's another look at the headlines. The UN declares August 11th as World Steel Pan Day. Pan Trinbago says it is a proud moment for Trinidad and Tobago. Police send a warning to all gangs operating in the La Joquita district. Deportation orders served to 15 Venezuelan migrants. Activist Yesenia Gonzalez responds. And U.S. calls Israel's passage of judicial overhaul law unfortunate.
Broadcasting from Port of Spain.
I am Kevin Garcia. Thank you so much for staying with us. Our next Major News Center 5 can be heard tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock.
News Center 5, live local coverage you can depend on. I-95.5, the most influential name in radio.
More people listen to our news than any other newscast in the country. More people get their news from the station of record, News Center 5. Following leads, following events. News Center 5. Live local coverage you can depend on. I-95.5 FM Talk, the most influential name in radio.
Think on these things, a weekly word of encouragement to strengthen our communities. Brought to you by the Voice of Triumph Ministries every Thursday right after the 6 a.m. news.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Give thanks and celebrate. Brindella Fashion says, give thanks and celebrate. Give thanks and celebrate emancipation. Come celebrate Emancipation Day with us on the road. Tuesday, August 1st from 9 a.m. Come meet the big truck at the Brian Lara Promenade and move with us to the Lijiyasu Omawale Village, Queens Park, Savannah. Come celebrate emancipation with Brindella Fashions for a wide range of authentic African-inspired clothing and jewelry. Located at Dinsley Gardens, Trent City. All are welcome to join us on the road August 1st from 9 a.m. Let's give thanks and celebrate. 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 All men are created equal. Some, though, use this equality to be unfair, particularly many who are presidents in sports. Some presidents, some have said, belong behind bars. Some should not be called in front of the bar, but rather left behind. Do you know of any? In the next few months on iSports, the fearless one, Andre Errol Batiste, will attempt to equal the odds with your help on who belongs where among all the president's men. Listen as the names are revealed. iSports, Thursdays, 6:25 p.m. and Saturdays, 6:15 p.m. on I-95.5 FM.
It's sports with a passion. It's sports with excitement. It's sports that goes beyond. I-95 Sports. Sport comes alive on I-95. We are willing to go where no one has gone before. This is your I-95 major sports update. In the headlines.
Calypso girls want to break back into top 10 rankings after Netball World Cup participation. Team Titio men and women's volleyballers serve off Cassova Championships with wins. And Harmanpreet Kaur could be banned for 2 matches following the Dhaka outburst. The details are coming up next. Good evening, I'm Roxanne Gialdo with a look at your major sports. Now, Team Titio's Calypso girls are hoping to re-establish their place amongst the world's best in netball. In a matter of days, the ladies will open their Pool D campaign at the World Cup in South Africa against the defending champions New Zealand. That is on July 28th. They will then clash with Singapore the following day before they come up against Uganda on the 30th of July. Their head coach, Joel Young-Strong, a former international umpire, says it will be an uphill battle in this group. We are not taking any team lightly, and we will take each game with a different strategy. Now, Young-Strong expressed recently that while getting their hands back on the trophy may be an unrealistic aim at the moment, the target is a rapid rise in the rankings. She said, quote, "We hope to break back into the top 10 in a significant way." End quote. Now, co-captain Afisha Noel is also expecting a tough challenge in the group. She stated playing Uganda and New Zealand in the 2022 Commonwealth Games last year and losing to them has really given her a drive to want to do better. She said, quote, I have been playing and thinking about strategies, about how to improve or score against them. As for Singapore, I haven't played against them before, so I'm not sure how the matchup will be, but being honest, I am hyped and excited to see what the outcome will be. End quote. Now, for the first time, Africa is hosting the event, and Coach Young Strong calls it a great opportunity, which shows everyone that netball there is on the rise. Trinidad and Tobago know all about the benefits of hosting the Netball World Cup. Case in point, the famous 1979 tournament having been held in Port of Spain. Young Strong said, quote, imagine having tens of thousands of support behind you. That in itself is a great motivation, and it encourages you as a team to put on a great show for your people. In the history of the Netball World Cup, only 3 teams have lifted the trophy. 2 of them are known powerhouses, Australia and New Zealand. The third, Trinidad and Tobago. The Calypso Girls shared the title with Australia and New Zealand in 1979 when the tournament was played over 2 round-robin group stages with no playoffs. And after the 3 nations all finished with 8 wins and 1 loss, they were declared joint winners. The Caribbean Zonal Volleyball Association, CASOVA Championships, are back after a 5-year layoff. The Trinidad and Tobago and the 7-time defending champion women's team returned to their winning ways after a tightly contested 25-23, 25-23, 20-25, 25-19 win over fellow multiple-time champions Barbados. Former captain Crystal Esdell led all players with a game-high 21 points, comprising of 18 kills, 2 block shots, and a service winner. The Trinidad and Tobago men's team also participated in a highly contested match. They defeated rivals Jamaica 25-17, 25-23, 23-25, 28-26. The 3-time champions were led by Dante Stewart, who had 16 points and he made 11 kills and 5 blocked shots. The men's team will face the Bahamas tomorrow at 1 before concluding their campaign in a round-robin stage against Curacao from 6 p.m. on Wednesday. The women, however, are in action this evening against Suriname before they take on the Bahamas tomorrow and Jamaica on Wednesday. The North American, Central American, and Caribbean NACAC Under-18 and Under-23 Championships in San Jose, Puerto Rico concluded with Team TTO ending the competition on 23 medals. Of the 23 medals, Janae Gans won her gold medal by setting a championship record of 6.11 meters in the Under-18 long jump. She completed an overall impressive sequence with distances of 5.59 meters, 5.99 meters, and 6.06 meters after opting out of her 2nd and 4th jumps, respectively. In the men's long jump, Imani Matthew also struck gold with a championship record 7.71 meters jump in the Under-18 grouping, meaning Team TTO claimed both records in the men's and women's Under-18. 2 other gold medals earned by our athletes were in both the men and women's 4x100 meters relay, with Janae Gans again participating in the 2nd leg of the final relay. Gianna Paul was also awarded a gold medal for her 1st place finish in the heptathlon with a points total of 4,618. Peyton Winter also struck gold with a shot put distance of 14.53 meters in the 3 kg category. Now, Team TTO rounded off the competition with 7 silver and 10 bronze medals in what was a successful NACA Games for the red, white, and black. Internationally in cricket, Harmanpreet Kaur is likely to be penalized for demerit points for her conduct on the field and later at the post-match presentation in India's 3rd and final one-day international against Bangladesh, which ended in a tie. While the ICC is yet to send out a statement on the exact penalty, Harmanpreet is in danger of becoming the first woman cricketer to be found guilty of a level 2 breach of the ICC Code of Conduct which deals with player behavior. After being given out quartered slip by umpire Tanveer Ahmed on Saturday, Hanmanpreet smashed the stumps with her bat and appeared to remonstrate with the umpire before making a gesture in the direction of the crowd. Later, at the post-match ceremony, she called the standard of umpiring pathetic. ESPN Cricket Info has learned that the match officials have recommended 3 demerit points for equipment damage and 1 demerit point for criticizing the match officials in public. The final decision will be taken by the ICC. It is understood that the BCCI has been talking to the ICC on the matter. And finally, as we go, today marks the 47th anniversary of Hasely Crawford's 100-meter gold medal at the Montreal Olympics. In 1976, Crawford won Trinidad and Tobago's first ever Olympic gold medal after clocking 10.06 seconds in the men's 100 meters, beating Don Querry 10.08 into second place, with 1972 champion Valery Borzov 10.14 seconds, finishing in third place.
Away they go first time, both up to the one, and also there is Harvey Glansley's both of them guys together in American on the far side, Crawford of Trinidad. And Crawford of Trinidad leads, and coming through is Quarry and both up leads. Crawford wins, Quarry second, both up third, and Crawford, who stamped his way on these games all the way through, gestures to the crowd as much as to say, I told you so, and off he goes into the back straight.
And there you have it. That was your major sports for today. Your next major sports is carded for tomorrow at 12:20 p.m. with Don Lee. Until then, I'm Roxanne Gialdo. Good evening.
That was your major sports update.
This Monday night, the UNC's on the move with its local government candidates. The UNC NTA Joint Platform live from the Center of Excellence, Mokoya. Let's build a safe and secure TNT together. See the winning candidates working to build a safe and secure TNT through the power of local government. Safe schools, safe streets, safe communities. Don't miss a major speech by political leader Kamala Prasad Bisesa and your winning local government candidates live from the Center of Excellence, Mokoya, 7 p.m. on this station. Stand your ground. On August 14th, secure your future and family. Vote UNC.
August 14th, vote for UNC. That's the way to secure your family.
That was a paid political announcement.
This is the voice of the PNM. On Wednesday, 26 July, ARIMA, the People's National Movement, will be having a public meeting at ARIMA New Government Primary School, Buena Vista Boulevard. On Saturday, 29th July, Point Fortin, the People's National Movement will be having a public meeting at Market Square. All are invited. Come hear from our political leader and Prime Minister, Dr. the Honorable Keith Rowley, and a powerful lineup of speakers, as we explain why this reform is a power shift from central government to your councillors, giving you the power to handle your own business, manage your own affairs. ARIMA, see you on Wednesday, 26 July. Point Fortin, see you on Saturday, 29th July. All meetings start at 7 p.m. Tune in live on all major TV and radio stations and PNM's social media platforms. On August 14th, make the right choice. Vote PNM. Great is the PNM.
That was a paid announcement.
The best hits. From the classics to now. This is I-95 Music.
It would be life-changing if all you tonight, all is feeling I feel, baby. The mood would just be right when I'm looking at the stars and the moonlight. Just make me wanna just, baby, these arms that belongs to me, ready to hold you anytime, baby love. These arms that belongs to me, ready to keep you safe and warm. Journey you on, I'll never let you down. I'll forever be your milestone. Yeah, yeah, feel like letting go, these arms are made for you, only for you. When I hold you, baby, and I feel like letting go, these arms are made for you, only for you. These arms that belongs to me, ready to hold you anytime. Baby love, these arms that belongs to me, ready to keep you safe on one journey on. These arms that belongs to me, ready to hold you anytime.
Items view. Enter table items view. 16 by 7.
These arms that belongs to me, yeah, hold you anytime, baby.
No party don't missing me. No party don't missing me. I don't care if I'm feeling sick. Just start to reverse on it. No party don't missing me. No party don't missing me. Find me down in Miami. And the road Monday, Tuesday. We go jam. We go jam, we go jam, we go jam. Winding up on a big bam bam. Party time, now show me your hand. Find me up in the biggest band. One more gal and the party run. Come to fet, I come out to jam. I's a man, always have a plan. One man gal, that is the slogan. Can't find me, I am I, yeah. Every fet I going in there. Even on the road, you could find me in Juve. I jumping up with me friend them. We dirty and we don't care. We taking over the road. Party shelling down everywhere. No party don't missing me. No party don't missing me. I don't care if I feel it safe. Just start to reverse on it. No party don't missing me. No party don't missing me. Find me down in Miami. And the road Monday, Tuesday. We jam. We go jam, we go jam, we go jam. Winding up on a big bam bam. Party time, now show me your hand. Find me up in the biggest band. One more gal and the party rum. Come to fet, I come out to jam. I's a man, always have a plan. Rum and gal, that is the slogan. No bet now miss me, you must see man. My two hole in the biggest plan. Think I pick up on me head drum back. Bumper jumping up like a frog. Oh my gosh, what's wrong in the place? That I like, I want you no face.
Hey, welcome back to sport. Well, rain had the last say on the final day of the second test played at the Queen's Park Oval between the West Indies and India. Persistent early morning showers delayed the start of play to 1:30 p.m. before a thunder shower closed the door of play on the final day. India raced to 181 for 2 declared on day 4, setting the home side 365 for victory. The Windies closed day 4 on 76 for 2, needing 289 to win from a full 90 overs. Windies fans were hopeful for a full day's play for a chance of West Indian redemption in this final test. With the equation just 3.2 runs per over, the team also fancied their chances of a possible victory. However, it was not to be, as the match finished with a draw, with India winning the two-match series 1-0. The attention now turns to Barbados, with the first one-day international bowling off on Thursday. Now, former Trinidad and Tobago international Shaka Hislop suffered a medical scare last evening while on TV. Hislop, who now serves as football analyst for ESPN, was providing coverage alongside fellow commentator Dan Thomas when he began swaying back and forth and then eventually fainting. Thomas immediately called for help, which was administered to the 2006 Warriors goalkeeper. At half of the game, it was reported that the former Newcastle and West Ham goalkeeper was responding well to treatment. And in a response today, Hislop stated that he was okay, adding that life sometimes provides a moment to pause, and this was his. He then thanked all those who have wished him a speedy recovery. As a broadcaster, Shaka, we know very much how you feel, so all the best in your recoveries. Now, the national under-15 boys team is in the midst of preparation to participate in the upcoming CONCACAF Championship, which is scheduled for August 6th to the 13th in the Dominican Republic. Jamaica is also heading to the championship, and both teams met in a warm-up match on Sunday.
It was a highly defensive affair at the Manny Ramjohn Stadium in Marabella, with Trinidad and Tobago looking solid, but rarely threatened in the final third of the pitch in the first half. So tough was the defense, referee Jassy McDonald had to dip into his pocket at times. Jamaica came close on the resulting free kick, but goalkeeper Michael Clement kept track as the headed attempt flashed wide. Clement had his eye on what seemed to be a defensive clearance, but it turned out to be the opening goal as it floated above him and into the net in the 38th minute. Owen Jump, the scorer. 1-0 Jamaica, the score at the half. Second half, Sean Cooper's team continued to be solid defensively, but also showed more purpose going forward. TNT's persistence paid off. Jonathan Mason with a burst of speed through the middle of the park to catch the Jamaicans off guard, and he fires on goal. Justin Murray got his glove to the attempt to make the initial save, but Akil Vespri came in at the far post to finish and make it 1-1 in the 80th minute. That's how it would end. Trinidad and Tobago captain Caden Trestrail pointed out the high points for his team in their first international encounter.
From the patterns we've used in training, I think we've done well to spread the play, combinations are used well. I think in the second game, mostly we could improve on just being a bit more direct, attacking them a bit more, being a bit more confident in our ability.
The game has come at a crucial time in the team's preparation.
But I think it's given us, one, a great experience, and two, more of a confidence booster going into the second game. We could know we could be the better team and come out on top.
That second game will be a closed-door affair on Tuesday at the Manny Ramjohn Stadium. Wayne Cunningham, TTT Sport.
Now, Sean Cooper recently took charge of the national under-15 footballers, and he was pleased with the defensive effort versus the Jamaicans.
It was the first taste of international action for the national under-15 squad, preparing for the CONCACAF Championship, and coach Sean Cooper was guardedly pleased following the 1-1 draw with Jamaica.
I think our defensive organization was pretty much spot on. What we wanted to do is keep shape. This is the first phase, keep in shape, keeping us in the game. We received an unfortunate goal, but we saw that besides that attempt, that clearance that went in the goal, other than that, the Jamaicans they didn't have a sniff on our goal because we were properly well organized.
Cooper pointed out areas of concern.
We have some pace on the wings and up front. I think we still need to be a little more solid in the middle of the field. But in saying so, we had two starters out today, the captain Seth Hadid and Pussy Fonset. Both of them are normally starters on the team. So I think what the other guys did, they did a pretty good job in organizing and keeping the team solid. So we're looking forward for the other game on Tuesday.
All in all, it was a positive showing for the young team, and with some key players set to return, Tuesday's second match could prove interesting.
Yeah, goalkeeper had a lot more saving to do. We had more corners on them, so I think all in all, we had a very decent game. Good showing for first game.
The Jamaican head coach is also looking forward to the return encounter.
The field was a little bit harder than what we are used to. So that kind of impacted how efficiently we could have managed to keep the ball and create some scoring opportunities. But overall, I thought it was a very good game. Good spirit from the Trinidad and Tobago team as well. And now we turn our attention to the another game on Tuesday.
Wayne Cunningham, TTT Sport.
Well, that's sport. Weather's next. Stay with us.
Trinidad and Tobago, since we first met, you knew it was love at first sight.
We've grown your trust by ensuring you're always connected. From TNT's first fiber to the home network to true 4G LTE connectivity. No matter how far you roam, no matter how you choose to be connected, Digicel is always close by. And we've always invested in you. That's why our greatest achievement will always be you. Digicel, we're better together.
I felt a thought on my head. Then I knew I was shocked.
There was a loud explosion behind my back.
Hello everyone, welcome to weather. First up for tonight, a flash flood watch and yellow alert for thunderstorms is in effect for Barbados. Activity is picking up, however, as there are now 2 Atlantic disturbances, and meanwhile Dawn is now a post-tropical cyclone. So locally, heavy rains, thunderstorms, and strong gusty winds will continue across the Lesser Antilles. So from Tuesday into Wednesday, 25 to 50 millimeters of rainfall is possible over the Windward Islands due to the intertropical convergence zone and a disturbance. And the disturbance about 100 kilometers east of the Windward Islands has become less organized, however, splitting into a small low pressure center and a tropical wave. So the system, while moving westward, has a low chance, 20% for tropical cyclone formation before passing the Lesser Antilles on Tuesday. Meanwhile, another weak disturbance well south of Bermuda has a low chance to develop as it moves west towards the southeast United States later on this week. And meanwhile, Dawn is one of the longest lasting system on record for July. Post-tropical cyclone Dawn should slowly weaken over the next day or so while moving over cold waters. Now, here at home, it's cloudy and cool this evening after today's high of 28 degrees Celsius. At Piarco, it is now 27 degrees Celsius. And at Crown Point, today's high was 31.2 degrees Celsius, and right now, 26. So tonight, partly cloudy to cloudy with intermittent showers or rain nearly anywhere, with a 60% medium chance of isolated thunderstorms, especially after midnight. In Tobago, expect a low of 24 degrees Celsius, and in Trinidad, 1 degree lower at 23 degrees Celsius. So be alert to gusty winds and lightning strikes near thunderstorms. Expect a cloudy and wet Tuesday with periods of showers or rain. There is a 60% medium chance of some of these showers becoming heavy and or thundery at times, so street or isolated flash flooding is possible. Conditions will settle briefly after sunset Tuesday despite lingering showers during Tuesday night, and you can expect 29 degrees Celsius nationwide. Looking ahead to midweek, the tropical wave ITCZ and the low pressure will continue affecting the region into Wednesday. And on Thursday, the system should clear the eastern Caribbean, so expect mainly fair and breezy conditions despite the odd thunderstorm. And for mariners, expect east to southeast winds. Offshore waters will be slight to moderate with waves 1.5 to 2 meters and below 1 meter in sheltered bays. High tides are at 8:19 a.m. and 9:04 p.m. Low tide is at 2:36 a.m. and 2:19 p.m. So as the hurricane season continues, remember to always be prepared. Back to you, Carrie.
Thanks, Gia. For many of us here at TTT, we've all dreamed of one day delivering the news to you on the big screen. And some lucky Standard 5 students got the opportunity to do just that in tonight's Feel Good Moment.
Good morning. This is your TTT News Update. I am Marcus Walcott.
In sport, Trinidad Tobago World Cup hero, ESPN analyst
Shaka Hislop collapsed during
an on-air report
ahead of AC Milan Real Madrid friendly in Pasadena, California on Sunday.
Several students of the Growing Minds Institute visited TTT Limited to get a first-hand look at some of the intricate details that goes behind a newscast. But they didn't just look.
3, 50%, go.
For all of us here at TTT, it's clear some of these kids may soon be taking over our jobs, but we're not worried. It makes us feel good.
Growing Minds Institute.
Well, that was so good. Such budding talent there. And, we always miss them out. We're not here any time they come. That we could get to meet them and see what the future of the media industry would look like.
I enjoyed the part where they were switching on the director's board and the audio and the
right. Like, I didn't even get to do that yet, and I work here every day.
Well, I was upstairs earlier in control room, and I wanted to press all the buttons you can ask control room.
It's a good thing we didn't let Gia in the control room because we may not have been on tonight.
Yeah, it was really fun though. It's a really nice experience, an eye-opening experience, and it's a different career that's not usual to the traditional type. So it's a good exposure.
Right. And this is TTT News, guys. Stay tuned. Coming up in depth with DK Rasta.
50 by 20, 50 by 25.
This is Kyron Pollard. When you play, do it the legal way. Don't bet on illegal gaming.
Win up to $1,000 on the spot with NLCB's Cashpot Instant Win. For only $5 more on your regular Cashpot bet, you get 5 instant win numbers. If any of your instant win numbers match your Cashpot numbers in the corresponding panel, you can win up to $1,000 instantly. Ready for instant winnings? Then play Cashpot Instant Win today. Players must be 18 years and over. Please play responsibly.
Welcome to this evening's Playway Pick 2, Pick 4 and Cashpot Draw, supervised by independent auditors KPMG and presided over by the National Lotteries Control Board. Good luck, everyone.
Good evening. Welcome to NLCB's Playway Pick 2, Pick 4 and Cashpot Draw, as well as our Cashpot Multiplier Showcode promotion for Monday, July 24th, 2023. First we draw this evening's Playway number. Winning number, it is 22, Lucky Markets Rat. That's number 22. Our Mega Mix machine now has a Mega bonus ball in each chamber where you can win more Mega for your money. Win $36 when the Mega bonus ball calls, $80 with the Mega ball, $100 with the Mega Ultra ball, and $125 with the Mega Extreme ball. And now for our Mega selection. Mega bonus ball call. And player remark number 22, Rat, has called along with the Mega bonus ball. Congratulations to our Mega winners. You've won the base payout and the additional Mega winnings. Remember, you can always win more with the Mega bonus ball in every draw. And now we draw this evening's Pick 2 numbers. First Pick 2 number, it is 31, number again 31 now for the second Pick 2 number. And the second Pick 2 number, it is 20. Our Pick 2 numbers are 31 and 20 in that order. And now for our Pick 2 Mega to the max promotion, our machine is loaded with a Mega ball and 2 white balls. If the white ball calls, there'll be no extra payout. However, when the Pick 2 Mega Ball calls, players who wagered on the Mega Ball could win the base prize of $2,000 plus an increased mega prize of $6,000 for every $10 wagered if they match two numbers in the correct order. And players picked the numbers 31 and 20 have called in that order with a white ball. Keep on playing Pick 2 Mega Ball for a chance to win bigger prizes. And now for this evening's Pick 4 numbers. First number, it is 7. Second, 4. Third, it's 6. Fourth, it's 8. This evening's winning Pick 4 numbers are 7, 4, 6, and 8 in that order. And up next is our cash punch rule. Let's see what today's multiply is. Multiplies to that number again, 2. Let's draw the 5 lucky numbers for today's jackpot of an estimated $148,675. First number, it's 15. The second, it's 9. Third, it's 17. Fourth, it's 19. And the fifth number, it's 12. Winning numbers in any order, 15, 9, 17, 19, and 12. And the multiplier, 2. Congratulations to our winners and players. Remember, you can play and win with the fast cash game all day. Draws every 90 seconds from 6 a.m. till 1 a.m. So don't miss out on more chances to play and more chances to win. And you can drive in style with your luxury ride scratch tickets today. 20 chances to win a BMW Grand Coupe with 1 year's free insurance or big cash prizes for just $50. And there are 2 cars left to win. Thank you for joining us. Do so again tomorrow morning at 10:30 for another Playway Pick 2 and Pick 4 draw.
Me and my boy Kev on the boat, gonna do a little day mission. We saw this boat anchored up on the north coast for some time now and decided might have some dollies on it or other fish to be caught. We've seen some small bust ups, no dollies yet, so I don't think there's gonna be much to catch on the dolly side. Oh, now get the suck. Small fish. Oh, what? Now get the suck. What is that? A little cubia or remora? A little cubes. Yeah, a little cubes.
Greetings and welcome to In-Depth. I'm DK Rosta. The Innovation Program, also known as Shaping the Future of Innovation Project, is a partnership between the Government of Trinidad and Tobago through the Ministry of Planning and Development, the European Union, and IDB Lab in collaboration with Kariri as the implementing partner. His Excellency Peter Cavendish, Ambassador of EU Delegation to Trinidad and Tobago, as well as Assistant Program Coordinator, Ministry of Planning and Development, David Jagisa, they join us now to share some insight on the project. Thank you for joining us, gentlemen. Ambassador, I want to start with you, please, even though I'll ask the same question to both of you, but from your the specific places that you sit, asking for an overview of the innovation program and why the initiative is being undertaken. Thanks.
Well, the European Union is looking for partnerships here in the Caribbean on many fronts, and amongst them is economic growth and resilience. In particular, this innovation program came about in good part as a response to the COVID pandemic, where we wish to restart industry and business. And the importance of innovation, and we're not talking about diversification. Diversification is doing the same thing differently or slightly differently. Innovation is to do things in a new way, and we're talking about new way for products, new way for services, a new way for exports to go to Europe. The idea is to bring forward the large companies of tomorrow, which may be small or medium enterprises right here, right now. The objective is to kickstart, restart business by investing in the seed capital, the small and medium enterprises that will blossom and grow and be much bigger providers of goods and services in the future.
And with that, I think it would make sense to have the Ministry of Planning and Development on a project like that. So taking it from your perspective now, please, Mr. Jagisar.
Well, thanks, DK. So essentially, the Ministry of Planning plays a sort of a central of government approach in terms of policy. So we've had our national development strategy. We all know the Vision 2030, and we built that around the Sustainable Development Goals. We want to move in alignment with the rest of the globe. And coming out of that policy, we developed our first national innovation policy in 2017. And so we built this program sort of address some of the gaps within the national innovation policy. And as we discuss further, you're going to see how we're going to treat with some of the key areas that needs a little bit of attention so that the government and our international partners like the EU can go forward and support innovators, entrepreneurs in terms of treating with some of the challenges they face and try to reap some of the benefits out of their good work.
But 2017 to now, this is the third call for proposals. So is there anything a little different about this one, or what is the main focus? What is the thrust on this one?
So we've had two calls. Yes, we've had two calls for proposals before, and we focused on both SMEs and large businesses. We've also had some recipients who were what we consider inclusive businesses. These are the businesses that don't necessarily target profit or income generation, but they provide a social service. So this call is going to focus specifically on the SMEs. We know the large businesses may have a little bit more resources, a little bit more expertise, but we have those new budding entrepreneurs in the SME sector who have quite a lot of value to add, but they need a little bit more support. So we're going to focus a little bit more on them, as well as those inclusive businesses. We know those inclusive businesses, they struggle to generate income and to get the kind of attention that we would like. So we want to make sure that the value that they add, which is more of a social service, we can target that. And they're very innovative, and we feel as though the potential is a little bit untapped.
And we'll talk about some of that untapped potential in just a bit, as well as some of the ways that you measure what is being done. Because many times, yes, you're offering this resource, but you also want to know what kind of impact is happening. So that kind of monitoring and evaluation. But getting directly into those SMEs.
I must add, based on what I just mentioned, there's consensus across the political divide for local government reform.
You have to support your party. You say you support country before party. Well, go to hell.
I'm an attorney at law at profession. Firstly, let me start off by saying that I do agree with the proposal of the reform of the local government sector in terms of the greater autonomy being afforded to the municipalities. With respect to the tax collections, I believe it's a good idea.
You have to support your party. You say you support country before party. Well, go to hell. Go to hell.
So I have a very great interest in what is happening, and I wanted to commend you on your presentation. Very clear, very visionary. And to say that, you know, what the People's Partnership have as its vision for local government is not very different from what you have presented here. I'm very happy to hear you talk about the taxes and the fact that local government will be allowed to retain taxes.
You have to support your party. You say you support country or party. Well, go to hell.
You
Go
deserve
to
the
hell.
right leader who is leading the right team, the right candidates with the right reasons, which is to reform your communities, which is to reform local government. Brothers and sisters, so right now, at this right time, I ask you to stand as we welcome our leader phenomenal, our political leader who will lead his 141 warriors to victory. Put your hands together, Trinidad and Tobago, as we welcome Dr. the Honorable Keith Christopher Rowley.
Somebody touch me, somebody touch me, somebody touch my soul. Yeah. Somebody touch me, welcome to Jesus, somebody touch my soul. Somebody touch me, somebody touch me, somebody touch my soul. While I was praying. Thank you very much, Unuka. Thank you very much, Tunapuna. Tonight I recognize once again the lady who never misses a meeting. Follow her and you end up in a PNM meeting. Mrs. JUL Williams. HR. Executive members of the People's National Movement, my cabinet colleagues, my parliamentary colleagues, all. But most importantly tonight, I want to salute our standard bearers from Tunapuna Piako and the Rima. Because you are going out there to carry the message of the PNM and the hope of Trinidad and Tobago. Ladies and gentlemen, visitors, all, our country is not perfect. Our individual bodies are not perfect. But if you have a toothache, real toothache, and you have a good friend, or even a concerned citizen in your presence, and they're rushing you to the doctor, to treatment, and then you got to the point, and you turn up at the cardiologist, and they say, I'll bring you. He will fix you. Even with the toothache, you have to ask, what kind of fool is this? And if you have a fracture, having fallen, and they take you to the eye specialist, no matter how qualified the eye specialist is in eyes, you need somebody to deal with the fractured arm and to put it in a cast. So all making a lot of noise and confusing this country and talking about what they're going to do on the 14th and what they're going to do and why they're going to do it. I want to remind them all that this is the local government election. And if you have nothing to contribute to local government and its discourse, stop fooling people that you're going to move government after August 13th. It doesn't matter what happened on August 14th. The government of Trinidad and Tobago on the 15th is the People's National Movement. And you see, it is not by accident that they're all focusing on the national issues which they think are national concerns that they could stir up some support over. You know why? Because the People's National Movement government of Trinidad and Tobago is satisfying the needs of the wider population of Trinidad and Tobago. Here it is. We are dealing in this short season with the issue of local government, and I'll come back to that in a little while. But you know, they would have easily been talking about the economy. Remember how many years, how many months, all they were saying, it collapsed, it collapsed. All they could have said about our economy, difficult as it is, even as we were struggling to pay time in this country in the not too distant past, when the only part of the country that was operating was the energy sector, because as a result of COVID, we had to shut everything down. And as for prices, prices came right down. Oil price came down to zero on one day. It was minus $2. People who were handling oil were paying people to take oil out of their storage at $2 per barrel. That was our time. And in that scenario, what were they saying? That it collapsed. The economy collapsed. For months, we had to find money to pay to business owners to keep their workers getting an income. We kept all our public servants on the payroll, every teacher, every gazetted public servant, and we paid for food to come into your house when you didn't have money to buy it. This government did that. And all they could have said is that ahead of us was collapse. We borrowed $13 billion to be able to do that. And they said, public debt, we're in the debt trap, and the country is going to go to hell. Ladies and gentlemen, we, this PNM government, in the most difficult of times, we had faith in our country, we had faith in our people. Even when the overdraft reached 98%, we had faith that we were taking the best option available. And ladies and gentlemen, this election is taking place, and they can't come out and talk about the economy because we have made significant progress. Notwithstanding their bad mouthing and the truckload of negatives, spit and bile, today our economy is better than it was when we entered in 2021. And against that background, you would see the largest union, I think is the PSA now, public servants going to the Privy Council. The government has offered them 4% for the years that have passed in great difficulty. When our revenues fell from 60 billion down to 43 and lower, we offered 40% immediately and said, let us begin to negotiate the next 3 years and get on that term, because as we improve our economy, we are expecting and hoping to be in a better position to give public servants a better offer for the next triennium. The local judge say, Judge, appeal court, you lost. You want to go by the Englishman because you're hoping the Englishman will tell us what to do here in Trinidad and Tobago. Let me say something to all public servants tonight. Observe that notwithstanding the low offer, what the country could afford and still remain in an even keel. All those who are demanding more and more from less and less public servants, if a government comes into office, offer and give you more than the country could afford, the only way that could be managed is to cut employment in the public service. That's the only way. It's the only way. But this government from day one said that we are not, as they were predicting, that we'll end up at the IMF. Many of them who are outside now looking to vote, they were telling you that we are going to end up at the IMF. And we'll have IMF prescriptions in Trinidad and Tobago with IMF telling us what to do. We said no. We have faith in ourselves, in our country, in our economy, and in our ability in the world. and we will make our own prescriptions and apply them, even though in instances they might not be as palatable as they should be. But the bottom line is, it would be in the best interest of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And we've done that. We've done that. And only this week, contrary to what they were predicting when they were predicting their collapse, some of them can't even pronounce the word collapse, collapse, collapse. When they were predicting collapse, this week, coming from a negative outlook, from the most difficult of days, Moody's has said that Trinidad and Tobago is going in the right direction. Our outlook is positive, and we can look forward to a downgrade, to an upgrade. To an upgrade, we can look forward to an upgrade. And that is why, since they are campaigning for a general election, you're not seeing any of them raising the economy and its rating as an issue, because there's no negative there for them to beat. Our economy is doing better than most. Better than most. And of course, finance. I told you how much we borrowed, where the overdraft was at 90-odd%. We have handled the economy in a particular way, and we have now brought the overdraft down to under 50%, giving the government some borrowing room. And we have got revenues a little more than we anticipated. I tell you what, it didn't happen by accident. It didn't happen by accident. When I called the country to order at the Hyatt Hotel and said, this government will go and talk to the oil companies and say to them that your shareholders cannot be having increased profits while our shareholders facing destitution. They said, oh, we're interfering with contracts and we'll chase away foreign investment and it's bad for the country. As a result of those discussions that I have led, talking to oil companies, the biggest part of our economy and our earnings, today we are earning billions more that we would not have had under the same contracts. Under the same contracts. You heard Minister Al-Rabi just told you about more money being allocated to local government. Where did more money came from? We're producing less oil and less gas. But more money was available because the earning formula was changed as a result of this government's intervention. And the people who had nothing to say about that. But let me remind you all, when I came into office as Prime Minister, within 2 weeks, BP came to me to tell me and to show me what the UNC had done or what they have given BP. And there was no taxes to be had until 2024. You remember that? That was 2015. And BP was telling me there are no taxes to be had, the largest gas producer in the country. And I said to BP, not on your Nelly. We are going to change that because the people of Trinidad and Tobago have an interest in that business. And we've changed it. And that is how our earnings have improved. Our earnings have improved considerably, even as our volumes have gone down and the market is difficult. But they have a lot to say about the PNM. They can't engage us on the fact that we had a check to pay $850 million US. August 2018, we couldn't pay it. We took action to ensure that the country wasn't bankrupted. And as a result of that, today we have 2 profitable companies and the refinery that is closed down because we don't have any oil to refine in there. But they were saying, leave it so. It was bad for politics, but we know it was better for the country. Today, Heritage is making billions. You all remember the night when I offered Petrotrin workers an employee stock ownership in the Heritage company that was just formed? What percentage would the government have given them? 10%? 20%? 25%? 30%? I don't know. But the government was prepared to give the employees. They were led away by other leaders. Today, Heritage is making $1 billion profit a year. Suppose those workers were encouraged to take 10, 15, 20% of that per year. And those are the leaders who are still out there bad-mouthing the PNM. Para is making $270 million profit per year supplying the fuel. So even though we're not producing the fuel at a refinery, in handling the fuel, that you never were short of a profit. So you move from bankruptcy facing you to service 850 million US, which Heritage is doing. And as a result of the Minister of Finance not being able to do that and steering the country away from that, we could do other things. They bad talking the PNM. And of course, education. There were some people when we said we'll reopen schools after COVID, they didn't want school to reopen. Exams to be had. We as government taking blows from people saying the exams should not take place. Last week, the Minister of Health Education could announce our children did their exams and they did far better than last year and they keep on doing better. And death, not a single gazetted public servant in this country lost his or her job. And more than that, there was never a month end when they were not paid and paid on time. But you're listening to people bad-mouthing the PNM. People who never manage a foul coup, never manage a parlor, can't manage their own life, disgraceful in their own conduct, offering themselves to run the country, and you telling me about you going to vote for them because you're tired of the PNM? This PNM is what stood between you and disaster and now stand between you and them. That's what it is. When the head of the World Health Organization come into this country in person and say that this country handled the pandemic well with them, because as far as they're concerned, we were working with the doctors and nurses, they were carrying us to the courthouse 65 times. Lying that people were dying in the hospital and doctors were hiding the bodies. Run out front when the first person died from COVID, even before the family could have been told. They're so glad to report COVID death. It was the opposition leader that told this country that somebody had died from COVID. They want to be out front, carrying bad news, the tongue crier that they are. But we stood up, fought the virus, managed our country, managed disdain, managed undermining, and at the end of it all, we are one of those countries that came out better than many. Our national airline, for a long period of time, the country was closed, no transportation. We held our national airline together. The day the border was opened, Cal was able to start flying and has gone on to continue to provide us with the National Air Service. What was the story? What would they have done differently? They would have continued to thief public money, give their friends hundreds of millions of dollars, and there's a cohort of people in this country who are very convenient. They want to know how much you spend on a CARICOM meeting, but they have no interest in wanting to know why SIS left this country on election day when the results were known and never came back. $1 billion rotting down in the sea lots right now. $1 billion of a contract awarded when another company that was pre-qualified and was $400 million less didn't get the contract under the Kamla Prasad business government. They gave it to SIS and they know what they had done. So as soon as they lost the election, the next day SIS country and never look back. Understand? We built the QF overpass for $219 million. After we canceled the arrangement, it was going to be built for $500 million. Nobody wants to know. None of them want to know who was getting the extra $300 million. They didn't want to know that, but coming to ask now how much it cost. So ladies and gentlemen, agriculture. Last week we had something happen in this country as part of our agricultural program. As a result of the combination of Guyana and Trinidad and Tobago working together, not talking together, working together to initiate increased activity and rejuvenation of the agricultural sector in Trinidad and to expand it in Guyana. 200,000 pounds? 200,000 pounds of rice came into this country. Rice to eat. That was rice to plant. Rice seeds. where we are restarting the rice industry in this country in a serious way. 3,000 acres. 3,000 acres. The seeds came in last week, and the very day it came in, the opposition leader wake up from the night before and asking, what has CARICOM done about our food supplies? You all remember we had the CARICOM initiative on food supply security in Guyana, and I went to Guyana, traveled all the way down to Roraima on the Brazilian border, hands-on with my colleague, President of Guyana, and we took decisions there, and we are acting on those decisions. When it was Trinidad's turn the following year, to keep the momentum going, we had our expo here to revitalize our farmers here and introduce this new initiative and this new energy into agriculture. Opposition absolutely wanted no part of it. As a matter of fact, one of their councillors came to the opening. He was ostracized and is today no longer in the UNC. This is a document that I hold up to the media, and I want to ask the media, it is useful if you read this and carry some of it, even in summary, to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. So when they hear the opposition leader or anybody else trying to mislead you that all fall down in your country on the context of food supply, from crisis to opportunity, an innovative approach to food security in the Caribbean region, February 2023. This is the documentation of what we are doing, Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana, arising out of the CARICOM. Arising out of the CARICOM initiative. So when the opposition leader have nothing to talk, when she get up and she blink 3-4 times and asking about CARICOM, what is CARICOM doing? This is what CARICOM is involved in right now. The Minister of Youth Development in Trinidad and his colleague in Guyana, we have thousands of young people who are currently engaged in a number of agricultural initiatives, creating new farmers out of people who are not farmers in Trinidad and Tobago. One of the biggest opposition coming from the UNC is the program that we have in here and in Trinidad, where we are training young people, some of them from the East-West corridor, some from Central, some from South, to become farmers. They're getting the training and they are given land to go on with government support. The opposition is opposing that. As I speak to you now, today I receive a report on what is happening in the Shade House project in Chagaramas, where another batch of young people are being trained to produce agricultural food under controlled conditions, again with the support of the government of Guyana. And you're getting them to ask, what is happening? If you don't know what is happening, go back to bed, drink your rum and go back to bed. You see, when we came into office, the vast majority of the Point Lisa's contracts for those companies in Point Lisa's had come to the end of their life, 25 years, 20-year contracts. The UNC did not negotiate a single contract renewal, not one. Many of those billion-dollar companies were on month-to-month arrangements. We all believe that? It took this government appointing Stuart Young as Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister and as Minister of Energy. I can tell you today, we have renegotiated every single one of those contracts, every one. And more than that, because of their misbehavior in the sector, some companies had claims against the state to the tune of $2.5 billion. We have negotiated away all of that, less about 500 million. Right? The one contract that CGCL plant down in Labrie, you know what that contract said? That in an environment of shortage of gas, that new company will get the gas, and at a price that is lower than NGC is paying. In other words, you will subsidize a foreign company. It had a small shareholding by NGC and by Neil and Massey. But the rest of it, foreign. And you will give them gas at a lower price than you contracted to pay BP and Shell. That was them. And as a result of having done that, it triggered a clause in the other contracts at point leases where you're now liable for gas that they're not getting. And that's how the debt was run up. As I talk to you now, we are negotiating with the Chinese who have us over arbitration. $300 million they're claiming because the UNC shut down the aluminum project and walk away. And you know, while all this is on our back as a people, the very people who are responsible for that are coming in front of you, the same people, and saying, elect me because I am your salvation, I am your savior. As if you have Calabash got in your head and you forget them. You forgot what they've done in this country. So there's an election now, and they're sure they're going to win. Well, the only thing they're sure of is that you're stupid. That's the only thing they're sure of. And they're waiting until the 14th, the night of the 14th of December, right? To determine that it is so. People of Trinidad and Tobago, you don't need anybody to come and tell you where you've been or who is acting in your interests. You don't need that. You know, I'm hearing them now. We have held our position. All of these areas, whether it's education, whether it's health, whether it's energy, we have held our areas, our interests, and the people's interests have prevailed, and those are not areas that they could campaign on now. And the issue in front of us now is local government. It's not today's issue. This is something that we've worked on for years. There was a time, and even now, there are people saying that the PNM has no interest in local government reform because the PNM is a government that like to hold on to central power, and the PNM is a what do you call it? Doctor politics, all kind of nonsense. But the bottom line was that we of the PNM will not bring about local government reform. That's what I was saying while we were preparing, consulting, drawing up programs. You heard tonight about the management system that have to go into local government if you are going to make any significant changes. You heard about the kind of impact it will have. No, there was no part of it. Tonight I saw the little one from Sawa being interviewed. Do you think if I grown here in your chin, you could look intellectual? And telling the country what should happen to solve the country's problems is that the government and the opposition need to work to get together. That sounds good, eh? But the government and the opposition are required to work together. That's a requirement of our governance system. And that working together is in the parliament. It's not in the rum shop or in your political party head office. Balize House is for the PNM. The other places where there's go on top shop. But in the parliament, we are required to work together. So when we eventually, after the years of work on local government, Hazel Manning, Frankie Khan, Ken Valley, these are all ministers who worked on the whole concept of advancing local government to a point where it reached the parliament in a bill called the Miscellaneous Provisions Local Government Reform Bill 2020. So we know in the parliament, it's in Joint Select Committee, it's now come back to the parliament floor for the people's representatives to take a decision. That is when government and opposition are supposed to work together. And here we go. Absent. Kamla Prasad Bisesa, Rushton Parry, Rai Ragbir, Barry Pararat, Michelle Benjamin, Saddam Hussein, and Anol Ram. They couldn't be bothered to be in the parliament to take the vote as to whether local government reform, the bill that has gone through all those changes, ready for the people's representative to take a vote. So in 2023, we can now move forward with local government reform. They couldn't be bothered to even be in the parliament. So that is 7 of them accounted for. I have 12 more. Of the 12 more, David Lee, Rodney Charles, Khadija Amin, Rujanath Indar Singh, Rudan Munilal, Dinesh Rambali, Lakram Bodo, Vandana Mohit, Devanand Tanku, Anita Haynes, Ravi Ratiram, and Dr. Richard Sicharan abstain. 12 of them. Local government reform arrived at the point now where the people's representative will decide, or do we make changes for the future and for the better? The 19 of them, not a single vote for local government. On that fateful day, 2 of our members were out of the country. One, Minister of Education, Gatsby Dolly, and the other one, Stuart Young, on government business. Thankfully, you gave us 22 seats. So when 2 were out of the country, 20 were in the parliament. And the 20 of them voted for local government reform. That is why, as now the bill has passed, the country has been moved with the authority of the parliament, with PNM saying that we have boundless faith in our destiny. We have confidence in the people of this country. We believe that the people in the various corporations, the various boroughs, the various cities could look after their affairs and do better under the arrangements of local government reform. So the issue in this election, as it was on this day in the parliament, the 23rd of May, 2022, on that day, the vote was taken. The UNC voted against local government. The PNM voted for local government. Tonight, I'm inviting the country. You have no vote inside the parliament. They had one. That's how they used it. 12 abstentions and 7 absentees, including the leader. You have a vote on August 14th. This same vote is coming to you on August 14th. Do you vote against local government? Do you abstain? Or do you vote for local government reform? That is the issue in this election. That is the issue. It is a singular issue. They want to move the government, wait until the general election is called, the battle will be joined, and the PNM will be there, mano a mano with you. But this time, it's local government take a position on August 14th. You see, we, contrary to what they were saying, we accept that we'll be better off by decentralizing a significant amount of authority from central government in Port-of-Spain to government at the local district to look after you at your doorstep and the issues that confront you out there. They're saying, no, leave it so. No, leave it so. So leave it so. And then what you get more of the Penal Debe Corporation telling you that they can do nothing in Penal Debe because they don't have diesel to put in the trucks and the equipment to go out and service you. So you can hear more from Sandy Gandhi that they can't cut the grass in the playing field. Leave it so. The PNM is saying, no, we can do better than that. We can bring you service under your control. We can have management that does not have which is running the corporation while nobody elected them. You elect local government people, they're going to be an executive with the authority to run your affairs. That is local government reform. So you see, you vote for it if you believe in it, if you believe in yourselves. Or you can follow these people whose record is one that you should stay very far from. Very far. So they don't have anything useful to campaign on. So what do? They cannot engage this PNM on any of the sectors that we're on. So they now resort to lies. Have you all seen the Express on Wednesday, the 12th of July? there's an advertisement at the bottom. It says paid advertisement, right? The first time I heard about an inheritance tax, I heard it from Mrs. Kamla Prasad Bisesa. Not a single person in government, in a radio program, in a TV program, in a column, in an article, in a joke, ever mentioned that. That was never an issue in this country. But they want something to incite people, to make you feel as though you're going to lose something, and therefore Kamla Prasad Bisesa fabricate this monstrous lie that this government is contemplating and is planning to impose an inheritance tax. So when you pass your house or your piece of land to your child or your grandchild, the government will charge them 25% of the value of the land. The UNC sat down in their office and concocted that lie, plain and simple. So immediately, the Minister of Finance, who is this country's authority on taxes and finance and revenue, came out and said, it is not true. The government has never discussed that. It is not government policy. It forms no part of the program of the PNM. You think they would stop there? Because they have invested in this lie and it is meant to incite the people, they go and pay and put an ad in the newspaper on the lie that they have created, telling them they are bringing 25% inheritance tax. Well, in Parliament, I would have had to say, Mrs. Kamla Prasad Bisesa, you're speaking terminological inexactitudes. You are talking untruths. But in Tunapuna, on this platform, I could say, Mrs. Kamla Prasad Bisesa, you lie. You see, we can stand on our record in any area of governmental activity. What was most important to this country, to me as Prime Minister, I told you about my encounter with BP 2 weeks after I became Prime Minister. And I saw the danger to this country and I took action. I also saw where we in this country, we have plant and equipment in Point Lisas that could handle 4.1 billion cubic feet of gas per day. When we came into office, we were just doing about 3.1 billion, a billion cubic feet less because the gas wasn't available. Our older gas fields, 25 years we're pumping, no new gas is being made. As you're pumping, there's less and less and lower pressure, so your production is less and less. I saw the threat of that. That was 2015, September. As of today, we are now pumping about 2.8 billion with a capacity of. While we're looking within our border, I look also outside the border. And outside the border, it is the government that acts out there. Inside here, many of you are officers and technicians and engineers, and so you would have what we have in here. But if you're going to look outside, where there's gas next door or even on our border, shared with Venezuela, it's the government that has to deal with that. And the Prime Minister led that charge. I moved immediately to Venezuela to talk about a gas supply for Trinidad and Tobago. When we were to sign the agreement, an agreement which was being signed for the first time in the history of Venezuela, signing an agreement to export its gas to anybody, on this occasion to Trinidad and Tobago, I took a PAL plane and took a whole media corps to Caracas for that monumental occasion. You know what the local press carried out when you came back? In 2 lines, they mentioned that we signed the agreement. But the biggest picture, the biggest arrangement, is that I was dancing with Maduro, who brought some better village type people. And they start to attack. They start to attack the Dragon Dan, the Dragon Field, the Dragon Ding. And if you hear them, you wouldn't think that our very future, that Dragon Field that we want to get our hands on, is 17 kilometers from our nearest platform. You would think that the people of this country will rally with the government and say, yes, Venezuela, we can use that. When the US put sanctions on Venezuela and stopped us in our tracks in 2018, some of them celebrated. As a matter of fact, inside of Venezuela, there was difficulty with Venezuela's internal politics. It's not The Trinidad and Tobago opposition undermined every action of the government of Trinidad and Tobago supporting President Guaido. They went as far as to lie on Paria and say Paria is breaking sanction by bringing fuel and sending it to Venezuela. Remember that? They wrote the U.S. Embassy asking the U.S. Embassy to put sanction on Rowley and Stuart Young. You remember that? I am in America doing my medical. I'm home in my cousin's house in California. I see in Trinidad information on social media where I am under U.S. authorities talking to the U.S. because I am laundering money in America. That is the kind of story that the UNC put out there. And of course, they did everything possible to damage the relationship between Trinidad and Tobago and the United States. I can tell you they failed, and they have failed miserably. Last week, the largest delegation that left America this year to go anywhere came to Trinidad and Tobago. Led by the Secretary of State and a bipartisan group, which also had in this congressional group the minority leader in the House, came to Trinidad and Tobago to join us in celebration of the 50th anniversary of CARICOM. I could tell you, when I became Prime Minister, at my first meeting in Guyana, I looked at the agenda. Knowing that the Caribbean market is so important to Trinidad and Tobago, my eyes went straight to the agenda to see what is going to be there with respect to Caribbean markets and marketing. And I realized that the single market and economy was not on the agenda. I immediately inquired, why is that so? A decision was taken to remove the CSME from the CARICOM agenda. I said, how could Trinidad and Tobago agree to that? They said, well, Trinidad and Tobago was not here, so the decision was taken in the absence of Trinidad and Tobago. When I checked and inquired, you know what happened? That very day when that happened in Guyana, the UNC under Mrs. Kamala Prasad Bisesa was in Tobago at the Coco Reef Hotel drinking and falling down. Would you believe that? Would you believe that? I then had to go on and take steps to put that back on the agenda. How could we not have the single market and economy? Every factory in Trinidad, every job in every factory is dependent on our largest market, which is CARICOM for manufactured goods. And these people are still around, washing them out on the PNM. We got it back on the agenda, and Trinidad and Tobago took leadership of it. We brought CARICOM to the Hilton Hotel for 2 days to work on what eventually became the St. Anne's Accord, where every CARICOM country signed on to the progress of the CSME. Last week, we met here in Trinidad, and CARICOM took a decision for free movement of people throughout the CARICOM. I'm putting you on notice now. It's only a matter of time before the UNC begin to object to that. I'm putting you on notice now. Because they've said it. They will support nothing that the government does. Nothing. Tim Gopi is on record. Go and check the record and see how many times he is speaking for the UNC and others saying they will support nothing, and that has been their habit. Look, they love crime. They love crime. So anything that the government try to do that may have the effect of ameliorating or eliminating the effects of criminals in our society, they're opposing it where they could oppose it. When the anti-gang bill was in the parliament, the PNM was so effective in the committee on helping them to pass the law. Check the Hansard and you will see Mrs. Kamala Prasad Bisesa saying thanks to Marlene MacDonald and Colin Imbot for the input that they made in that committee. But of course, by the time it came to a vote, when they were out of office, they will not vote for anti-gang. Not vote for anti-gang. And they voted down the bill because it requires special majority. They voted it down. It was when there was a public outcry against what they had done that they come and asked the government to waive the standing order and bring the bill back to the parliament for them to vote for it. And for them to vote for it, we had to take out all the teeth. So it's the gum that left there. And if you hear them now, as they count every murder, every criminal outrage, they're excited about it to mention it. And they want me to spend all my time dealing with that. Well, we have people in the government dealing with that. And the government's response to crime and criminality on the street and near your home, it has to be done through our security services. I can't take up the phone and even call the commissioner of police and say, do this or do that. You know why? That is interference. Because the commissioner of police is independent. That's what it is. Hold me responsible. But the plan is hold the government responsible, but give the government no authority. That is why you were hearing them talking about this panacea called the procurement legislation. When we came in, we said this law, even though it's passed in the parliament, it has serious flaws. And we went to the parliament twice in trying to refine the law. We went twice to amend it to make it more usable and more practical. Every time we go to the parliament to do that, we are accused of watering down the law, up to the point where they accused me as prime minister of not wanting to have procurement legislation, as if we don't have any. We still have Centers Board actors in place. And of course, because we want to have our way in awarding contracts and whatever, all of a sudden they're concerned about awarding contracts because they expect us to behave the way they behave. So the law, there was a clamor. Proclaim the law, proclaim the law, proclaim the law. I am in the parliament telling the cabinet, let us proceed. At one point I gave March of the year as to when it was going to be proclaimed. We still couldn't get it to a point where we think it was workable. But in the end, I could tell you in response largely to public public demand, we said we'll proclaim it. But we know that we have to come back to the parliament to make certain adjustments. One of the adjustments we have to make, which come up to us starkly now, the law is proclaimed, the law is in place. You cannot now do any business with anybody inside of 2 months. In most any business with big, medium, or small contractor, you have to go out to tender, either sole or selective or open, and then you have to wait for a month for people to respond. And then you have to go through 2 processes of evaluation and what's the other one? And advisory committee. And that does not distinguish between a bale of toilet paper, a case of water, and a highway. Now, fellow citizens, surely that is not the law that we really want. The other day, we wanted to buy a couple dozen flowers like that from a company to put in front of the diplomatic center to prepare it for our guests. You cannot do that because the process doesn't allow you to do it within 2 to 3 weeks. And of course, the person you want it from, like most small business and many medium business in the period, have not been registered. Today, the law is, unless you are registered with the procurement depository, and unless you have your tax certificate up to date, you cannot do business with the state, including your NIS certificate, which expires in 30 days, of course. But the procedure is about 50 or 60 days. So even if you start out with a certificate from NIS that is good, it expires before the end of the tender period. Now, what kind of situation is that? We have to come back to the parliament to amend it. In the meantime, there's a clause in the law that says that in situations like where exigencies demand that you act, but you don't have that time period to do what you need to do, like when the water pipe broke the other night up the road, the Minister of Finance could grant an exemption to allow you to do it. Now, that is the law. But the law has another part that says, if you want to grant that exemption, you have to come to the parliament for it to be debated and voted upon. So I discovered that the toilet had no paper. And we need a bale of paper. It's a big ministry. And of course, it will take 2 months. In the meantime, in the 2 months period, I presume you could bring a roll of paper from home. But that is only toilet paper. There are other things you can't bring from home. And the bottom line is, the opposition is saying that the Minister of Government, who got his job by swearing to an oath of office and being elected by Diego Martin Northeast and the country to represent you, is not good enough to represent you to buy a bale of toilet paper because he's a thief and he must go through this process of 2 months to acquire it. Understand that? But they very well know what they're doing, you know. They know if we do not amend the law to fix that and to put sensible arrangements in place, it will grind the government to a halt. They know that. And that is what they want. But I can say to Trinidad and Tobago today, to act without fear or favor, without malice or ill will, and to uphold the laws of Trinidad and Tobago. And where the interest of the people of Trinidad and Tobago involved, it is that oath that controls my conduct. You know, here the opposition leader is going to lead the charge because there's an error in the law, and they're going to go to court because they love the courthouse, eh? They're going to the court because this error in the law has caused the Minister of Finance to use the law. Hear it, eh? Error in the law caused the Minister of Finance to use the law to give an exemption so that goods and services could have been procured in time for the handling of our recent developments here at CARICOM. Understand? So we want to get some hotel rooms. You need 2 months of head time for that. And we should have known that we need it because it's 50th anniversary, so we had 50 years to prepare. That is the kind of nonsense that passes in this country. And of course, if the opinion is from one lawyer that it is doable, and from another lawyer that is an error, and you want to go to the court for the court to clarify, no problem, we are a civilized country, the court will rule. But in the meantime, the government has sought advice and deeper advice. And that arrangement cannot be allowed to stand because the government will not be able to function. Because what happened in the parliament is that those kinds of situations where under normal circumstances a permanent secretary with $1 million limit as to what they could approve would have handled all those things. Now, you want to buy some doubles for lunch, you want to buy toilet paper, you want to fix a WASA 24-inch main, is the same process. And of course, because in the parliament, in seeking to go that way, the law was passed with something called an affirmative action is required, meaning that it must be voted upon and carried by the majority. Now, is the majority already the government? If not the majority, to the parliament to get the majority to vote on it is just to come to parliament to waste parliament's time in most instances. If I come to parliament to talk about getting toilet paper and drinking water in a company, and the majority is going to vote for it, it's the government's majority. Give any authority trend. The minute you go to parliament with a bill and it has any authority for a minister. That is the big point of debate. No. You can't get a minister that. You can't get a minister that. But you could give any faceless, nameless person. Any faceless, nameless person, you could give the authority. But you must hold the government accountable while other people have the authority. That's where we're heading. But I'm saying, not all of us are thieves and scamps. We not to wear their corn in their bushel. You have elected people to represent you. You give them authority and you hold them accountable in the normal, sensible way. So the government has realized that there is what they are now calling an error in the law. And we now realize that we have government to run in the days and weeks and months ahead. So we now know exactly what the government has to do because we are a sensible, responsible government. And as a result of that, today I have directed the leader of government business to recall the parliament on Wednesday of next week. And based on the experiences that we've had and the grinding to a halt that they intend to run the country, it ain't gonna happen. The government will go to the parliament and we will use the majority that you gave us, and we're going to make sensible amendments to the law so that the law can function in the interest of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And we are not afraid of the parliament, neither are we afraid of the courthouse. What we are afraid of is being like them. My memory reminds me of the day when we had to go to parliament in a similar way, or worse. And it wasn't to go to amend an error in the law about toilet paper and water and hotel and transportation and so on. It was to reverse Section 34. You all remember that? We had to go to parliament, was that Saturday? A weekday. Because Section 34 was no error. It was a planned assault on our constitution to create a loophole for criminals to escape the court. Remember that? And they led it deceptively, got it passed in the parliament, and when there was public outcry, I led a march from downtown Port of Spain to President House. 25,000 people did not march against Section 34. They had to come to the parliament the next day and reverse the law. So they know about emergency session. So we go in there to make sure that the law that we have passed can be worked, can be used, so that nonsensical action doesn't take place. We are expecting here very soon the King of the Ashanti for our emancipation. A few days later, we are expecting the Commonwealth Junior Games in Trinidad and Tobago. They are lying in wait saying they're waiting to see how the minister will abuse the law by giving exemption to people to provide goods and services to those two major events. Well, you don't have to wait long. We're going to the parliament on Wednesday and we'll make appropriate provision for the country to function without your foolishness. And all I'm saying is that we knew all along that this law had some places in it that required attention, and we were saying, let's represent it to the country. Proclaim the law, proclaim the law. We proclaimed it as is where is, and this is the outcome. Well, the government of Trinidad and Tobago, which I lead, with your support, representing you, the government will fix it. The government will fix it. You see, diplomacy. They spend all the time talking about President Guaido. Today, the relationship between the United States and Trinidad and Tobago is at its strongest. Venezuela is there, our closest neighbor. We are still talking to Venezuela about our commercial expectations to access Venezuelan gas. Canada. You all remember there was a time when we could go to Canada and come back as you please? The UNC lost an election. they start to leave seeking refugee status. The UNC. You remember that? Trinidad and Tobago people, UNC supporters, go and meet Canadian lawyers and try to use Canada's refugee laws to make themselves refugees to get residential status in Canada, telling lies on this country that our police are turning a blind eye to women being raped in their communities. Remember that story? And they flooded Canada. As a result of that, the Canadians put us on visa for the first time. That was the UNC that caused that. As Prime Minister, I met with Prime Minister Trudeau 3 times on this issue. Both of us became Prime Ministers in the same quarter and met for the first time in Malta. I came in September and he came in a few days after. We as they're concerned, we count for nothing. Everything collapsed. After all the attempts to undermine us, home and abroad, Trinidad and Tobago put up a candidate for the presidency of the United Nations, and the world voted unanimously for Trinidad and Tobago. There wasn't a single dissenting voice. And Ambassador Francis will now be the president of the United Nations General Assembly for the next year. And I will go to New York proudly to take my position as Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago with a Trinidad and Tobago citizen in the chair as president of the United Nations General Assembly. Because we believe that we are small, but we are never to be insignificant. But these people believe that all they could do in this country is badmouth you every day from Monday to Friday, stand in the way of every action that is required, have nothing good to say about anything in this country or about anybody. But if we are doing so much better than they are, and all they could do is to lie and create lies to campaign on lies, or to denigrate people. Let me remind you all, there was an election in Tobago 2 Januaries ago. Remember that election? I wasn't a candidate, but I'm leader of the PNM. The Tobago Island Council was fighting against the PDP because our PNM in Tobago is autonomous. I'm there to support them. I represent the PNM leadership. The Monday before election Monday, the UNC, as bedmates of the PDP, decided to damage me because that will somehow influence the voting in Tobago. On the weekend before the election weekend, the same little one from Sawa, you see his work? He and the UNC decided to raise a scandal because they need a scandal. They need a scandal. Right? Every time we go into an election, they can't campaign on the issues of governance. They can't campaign on the integrity of the government. They can't campaign on the suitability of the PNM as the best option for the country. So they're looking for a scandal. 2015, it was me and my father's name that they bring to the parliament to accuse me of rape. Remember that story? Kamla Prasad Bisesa. That THA election, they went to the public record and discovered that my wife and I bought a townhouse in Tobago. They create their own scandal. They call it Inez Gate. Remember that? I, out of my own personal savings with my wife, dealing with a seller, bought a unit for 1.2 million. The UNC equating bought and thief. Think it's the same thing. put me under investigation. And from then till last week, I am under all kind of investigation. The Integrity Commission gave me letter, gave me deadline to respond and all of that. And they're on platform, Kamla Prasad Bisesa and Saddam Hussein, trying to give you the impression that I have some scandal to account for and they're behind me with this matter. Well, I'm pleased to announce to you tonight, right, that after all the wasting of time by the Integrity Commission, Saddam and the UNC, the Integrity Commission has finally come to their senses and have written to me telling me that they no longer have any interest in the matter. But it served its purpose. The lie served its purpose. Because election week, they pretended that there was some scandal involving me. And that is their habit. That is their habit. They count for nothing, they want nothing, they offer you nothing, but they want office in this country. But tonight, on a PNM platform, I could tell you, we could contest every election, any election in any part of this country on our policies, our programs, our record, and our history. And it is because of the things that we, the PNM, do, that you evade all the hardships that they predict for you. Life is not a bed of roses, but we can certainly reduce the thorns in the garden of life for you here in Trinidad and Tobago. Whether it is in education, in health, in the economy, in foreign policy, in energy, it is the PNM that looks out for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And on this season, with or without them, as long as you vote for the PNM, there will be local government reform. Because we know if we have to rely on them, there's no support to be had. We have to go it alone. And this is not a road that the PNM has not already walked. We walked alone with Unit Trust. We walked alone with FCB. We walked alone with NIB. We walked alone with free secondary education. We walked alone with PAYE. We walked alone with the Caribbean Nation Federation. And I'm telling you, if we have to walk alone, as long as you are walking with us, we will win because we are the PNM. So tonight, I want to say to all the people of Trinidad and Tobago, this is local government time. Local government. You aren't going to vote to move no government. The general elections are due, and I have not called them yet. And I have no intention of calling it before it is due. But you are required to go to the polls and defend the work that has been done over the years, defend the prospect that is held out to you now, that we can do better in our communities, we can accept responsibility in our boroughs and our cities, we can manage our affairs. Nobody in Port of Spain should have to be talking about what to do with a drain in Maruga. And I'll tell you one thing for sure, as you give us the corporations, nobody in a PNM corporation would dare be there as a candidate, far less to hold office while they've been charged for bribery. None. So tonight, I want to ask those of you who pay attention to the progress of your country, pay attention to what is on offer, pay attention to who, there's a blue tongue menace around the place. Just ignore them. Just ignore them. They have nothing useful to offer. Would you believe a party is formed? So they form party, free country. Blue tongue going on in Bitam. You know what he's campaigning on? You would not believe this. He is campaigning on the fact that he is down in Bitam talking, and the Prime Minister does play golf. You all see any sense in that? And as for the other one, the less said, the better. You know, long time we used to have this carnival time, we used to play mask with mask face. Some of you too young to know that. Because you buy a mask face and you put it on. And little children should run behind and say, Master, I know you. Master, I know you. UNC, we know you. We don't want you. We want the People's National Movement. So from this week, Saturday night in San Fernando, we will paint Sando red. And we move on to Siparia. We move on to Point Fortin. We move on to Diego Martin. We move on to San Grande. And when we do that, we intend to bring benefits to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Because we know that great is the PNM. Great is the PNM. Great is the PNM.
So Kamala run out
And we will not engage in any coalition. We are strong enough to stand alone as a united National Congress.
She sounds confident. Because after she said that, she said this.
We're not going to win the election by ourselves. We have reached an accommodation with the NTA, with the ILP, with the MND, so that we'll be partnering together.
What was she thinking?
You guys, I can't win the election.
Uh-oh. Well, Alicia asked for help. Yeah, but guess what happened? PDP said no. PP said
ride out.
MSJ said no. Gary and the NTA?
No.
Gary said no. Well, first he said that, but then he said this.
If anyone has an issue with this, it means you do not understand the politics, judgment of your political leader and myself.
Oh, and don't forget what Njak say about Kamala coalition.
People are stealing money as if they incentives.
Huh? But this is a case of flippity-floppity foolishness. I can't take this.
Flip, flop, there they go again.
And on the next UNC flip-flop.
The NTA was never set up to be a real political party. The NTA was set up so Gary could throw a tantrum against Rowley, leverage some people, and try and force himself back into the commissioner of police work. I tell you this, Gary Griffith, you are a failure as a politician, and the National Transformation Alliance is a show.
I have worked with 4 prime ministers as the right hand: Patrick Manning, Basil Pandey, Keith Rowley, and Kamala Persad-Vicester. And she is indeed the hardest working prime minister that I have.
You hear lie? That is lie. Lie?
Not one day has she spent a day, Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday in office. Hardest working prime minister that I have. She comes up to Port of Spain Wednesday night, goes in cabinet, goes in parliament, stays in her office.
That is lie. Lie?
She then go inside parliament, spend about 10 minutes to talk or vote, and then goes back south. The political leader of the UNC, Kamala Persad-Vicester, she starts work at 4 a.m. So at 4 a.m. she will be calling me and work starts. We don't stop.
You hear lie? That is lie. Lie?
Her weekend is from Friday night to Wednesday night. Monday to, I don't think it's the records there. So at 4 a.m. she will be calling me and work starts. We don't stop. The way you tell a country that you want to come for another 5 years and you want to have a 5-day weekend, they will kill us. So we have enough, you and I have enough argument to let you know, look, you can't play hard with it.
If the thing that we have there, that we discovered in the house, right, which we have not made in public yet. Yeah.
Teacher Pussy say if you tell a lie, you're going to hell as soon as you die.
Reform of the local government system is the pathway towards fulfillment of the covenant between the government and the people to mutually work towards the improvement of the quality of lives of all our citizens through the delivery of superior as well as comparative with the local needs and expectations. Essentially, local government is about empowering persons and communities to manage their affairs in accordance with the accepted democratic principles. Significantly, some of the core focal areas of local government reform should include structure of the local government, finance and taxes, human resource and productivity, the legislative reform, infrastructure and service delivery, community involvement, citizens' participation, and also importantly, participation of women and youths, health and the environment, technology and communication.
You have to support your party. You say you support country before party. Well, go to hell. Go to hell.
I must add, based on what I just mentioned, there's consensus across the political divide for local government reform.
You have to support your party. You say you support country before party. Well, go to hell. Go to hell.
I'm an attorney at law at profession. Firstly, let me start off by saying that I do agree with the proposal of the reform of the local government sector in terms of the greater autonomy being afforded to the municipalities. With respect to the tax collections, I believe it's a good idea.
You have to support your party. You say you support country before party. Well, go to hell. Go to hell.
So I have a very great interest in what is happening, and I want to commend you on your presentation. Very clear, very visionary. And to say that, you know, what the United National Congress or People's Partnership have as its vision for local government is not very different from what you have presented here. I'm very happy to hear you talk about the taxes and the fact that local government will be allowed to retain taxes.
You have to support your party. You say you support country before party. Well, go to hell. Go to hell.
Thank you, thank you. San Fernando. You know when you're going down San Fernando, down there only have tempo. PNM tempo. Because San Fernando is PNM, PNM, PNM. Ladies and gentlemen present here tonight, and those of you across the nation in Trinidad and in Tobago, and wherever you are, tonight you could not help but observe two things. One, you could not help but observe the quality of the representation presented by the People's National Movement in Harris Promenade. But you also could not notice that is almost your bedtime. Given the activities that we've had tonight and the opportunity that we've taken to present all our candidates to you here, I have 10 minutes to tell you something. What you would have observed is the amount of young people from all over Trinidad representing all communities, mixed in with significant experience in a political party that takes responsibility for this nation. That is what you saw tonight in San Fernando. For some people, this doesn't matter. But this is what stands between doing badly, doing poorly, and doing well. Our country is doing well. That is not good news for people, but it's very good news for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Political responsibility is the hallmark of the PNM. And let me tell you how we see our responsibility as a political party. Firstly, is to call to the nation to take responsibility for the country. Nobody's going to come from outside and pick up our thorns, clean our garbage, help us to raise our children. We took that responsibility from the British. We are independent, Trinidad and Tobago. When things are going well, we must acknowledge that and make them go even better. When things are going badly, we must acknowledge that and try to rectify it. But at the level of citizens, we must take responsibility for our surroundings and our nation. As the PNM, we also must believe that we're not here alone. Because we have a responsibility that we share with the whole nation it is only the PNM that will do what I will tell you here now. We came out of an election in Tobago 2 Decembers ago. You know the score there? They had 15 seats, the PNM won 1. But you know, I, as leader of the PNM government of Trinidad and Tobago, what did the PNM Prime Minister do? Our party having lost 14 seats in a 15-seat assembly. You know what we did? I called the cabinet together and I selected about half of the cabinet. Finance, Attorney General, Works, Tourism, Public Planning and Development, and I went to Tobago. I went to the swearing in of the not one of them had any experience in government. And that was a recipe for disaster. They didn't know A from bullfoot in governance. They could bar talk the PNM, they could talk old talk, they could do what they want, they could get you to vote for them. Election day come and go on. The day after election, Kaka walked in Tobago. Who in charge? But I didn't want Tobago to fail. The people of Tobago must get the benefit of what the country has to offer. So we went there, and I spent the time providing guidance at 14 plus 3, that is 17. Understand? That is what a PNM government, a PNM political movement does. Because we believe in Trinidad and Tobago, and we are not here for ourselves. As Prime Minister, we met people in office appointed by the former government. And once we believed that they had quality and something to offer, you're a citizen, the door is wide open, we are the government of Trinidad and Tobago, and you're welcome to participate in our development and our opportunities. And that is why today, the chairman of FCB is a former NAR Attorney General. We didn't only meet him there, we reappointed him and reappointed him because we are satisfied with what he's doing in the bank. That is why today, the chairman of NP is a former UNC member of parliament. But we made mistakes. We appointed Gary Griffith, a former UNC minister, a former advisor to our prime minister. And that was a mistake. Today, I see no difference between him and those with the bracelet on the foot. None. Time. So here we are tonight, late night, talking about local government reform. Tonight, your member of parliament for San Fernando West made a point, and I want to re-emphasize that point for you. Local government reform, the main kernel in that is management improvement. Improvement in the management of your affairs, not my affairs. Your affairs. You heard your MP tonight outline in dollars and cents the expenditure of a development program in San Fernando, which feed backwards to you. Billions of dollars in one area of the country, San Fernando, while other areas may not be on the same size and scale, but development is taking place. Our national budget is $1 billion thing, multi-billion-dollar thing. You know how many years Dr. Williams was in Prime Minister office, Chief Minister office, before $1 billion was in front of the government as a budget? But today in this country, billions and billions and billions and billions. San Fernando, how you could manage properly billions of dollars in expenditure, billions of dollars in assets, billions of dollars in ideas and programs with the same old systems from colonial days? How could you? We inherited the local government system. It was the county council. Then it became the regional corporations. Now we're talking about giving them more management responsibility, because that is what your situation requires. So that is the issue in the campaign. But I am not surprised that we are the only people in this election talking about the issue of local government reform, what it means and what it must mean and what you must do on August 14th. You know the reason why? Because those who are actually in office to be a part of the program, like the Tobago situation where there's some other political party that is part of the program. In fact, they are the main program, but we are there with them. You would have heard our minority leader and our minority councillor in Tobago doing their job in Tobago to make sure that the Tobago business stays on track. We don't sulk and go away because we've lost an election or try to undermine Tobago because we're not in office. Because we know on a level playing field, you give us a chance in any race and the PNM will win. And if we don't win, we go and train harder and we come back for the next race and the PNM will win. So we don't have to undermine this country to get into political office. I remember I was there when the PNM lost an election for the first time, 33-3. There were 3 of us in the house, 33 of them. And we turned in front of them mano mano. And the next election, the PNM was the government. I was in Tobago when on 3 occasions, 12 seats in the assembly, 11-1 PNM has won, 11-1 PNM has won, 11-1 PNM has won. We never gave up. We never shirked our responsibility. We stuck with our policies, our programs, our party, and our people. And one night, in an election, the PNM won all 12 seats. That is the PNM's record. What is the UNC's record? What is their record? I'm amazed at how they enjoy the bad news of the criminal elements behavior in Trinidad and Tobago. We admit, we acknowledge, like everybody else is acknowledging, that violent crime is a problem of the government of the day, not only in this country. We admit that we have to face it on a daily and an hourly basis. And some of the actions of the criminals, your children, your own children, murderers that you bred, yours, our society, our citizens are doing things to us that are even shocking us. Horrible criminal conduct. We can't turn a blind eye to that. But I tell you, when that is your entire election campaign, then you have nothing to offer the people of Trinidad and Tobago. You will expect that from now until August 13th, the PNM will be advocating, encouraging you to accept, to understand, and support local government reform. I just got from my usual sources the UNC plan for the campaign between now and election. Here's the plan. On a week-by-week basis, we'll dedicate it to crime, fear, and PNM incompetence. It would be a series of documentary-style productions using footage of killings, a series of ordinary man-on-the-street interviews, and victims, families of victims of crime that focus on actual examples of police incompetence and lack of police response that pivots to ridicule of Fitz and Erla. Fitz is Fitzhines, the Minister of National Security, and Erla is the Commissioner of Police. Both with news stories and travel advisories, high-intensity radio in the last week, high-intensity TV and print campaign on crime. Gary will be the forward platform speaker on this and be featured in pieces. Fitz will be the main focus on the print and TV ads. The plan is to plunge the country into total terror and make the population fearful of PNM indifference on crime. Use a multiplicity of statements of Fitz that crime is not government responsibility and other hands-off statements to position. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the alternative election campaign to the PNM's campaign of local government reform. That is the UNC. So I don't believe in palm reading. I don't believe in going to see a man to find out what's going on. But when I get it and I read it, I believe that is what they're going to do, because they publish it, they print it, and I read it for you. That is their campaign. You know why? Because as we build the road to where we are now, calling the population to come and do your duty and vote for or against local government reform. They have been objecting to it long time. I could point to you to Ken Valley in the cabinet of the PNM, who pushed local government reform. I could point to you Franklin Khan, who worked on and pushed local government reform, PNM. I could point to you Hazel Manning in the Manning cabinet. Who can they point to in the cabinet of any of that government that wasn't PNM, that local government was an issue or a priority? None. And that is why, as we have brought the issue to where it is now, to ask you, the people, to make your choice, leave it so or fix it. They can't come now and support local government. So, you know, they print a handbook, a handbill that they're handing out. Suddenly they want to give you the impression what they will do in local government, as if they are not and were not in local government. We in the PNM, we control 7 corporations. The UNC controls 7. We both, as political entities, we know local government experience. So when you see the UNC coming on, putting in pamphlet and telling you they will, as part of their campaign now, they're telling you now, they will hire 1,000 police officers. UNC, you're late. That was the PLM campaign in 2019. We said we will hire 1,000 police officers and make them available to the corporations. I can tell you tonight, we have delivered on that. We already have hired and trained and put into local government 747 municipal police officers. As I speak to you now, another 47 are in training, and we have a last 200 coming into training in September. That is the PNM's promise. That is what it's done. They're now putting that in pamphlet as offering to you. That is their offering now. They can't even copy properly. The thing done, it done. But you see, they have 7 corporations getting the same kinds of resources that the PNM corporations get. But you know what the approach is? Just as I've read there for you for the campaign, to come to undermine, to mismanage, to misrepresent, to create, as they say, terror in the country. Their approach is to damage your well-being, your peace and good order. So even where in the UNC, that the policy the UNC follows in local government is to tell their councillors, even where they have resources, do not use them, because if they are used in your district, it will make the government look good. Would you believe that? We all never have enough resources, but what they have is complainants, and that is why, that's the policy they're following. I didn't follow that policy. I could have sat back and said, leave Famalay and his people in Tobago to make mistakes. And when they make mistakes, it will make the PNM look good. But as Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, I want Trinidad and Tobago to look good. So I don't want them to make those mistakes. But their policy in-house is to tell them, don't do what you can do, and find as many opportunities to blame the government. As soon as rain fall and water in the road, flood politics, right? Flood politics to your waist, right? They love that. Penal JB Corporation grind to a halt to tell the country, we can't do anything because we don't have diesel to put in our vehicles. The Minister of Finance came out and said, but I told that corporation, use the money that you have in unspent balance. You are authorized to spend the money. The Penal JB Corporation under the UNC that they own Penal JB, right? They refused the instructions to spend money that they had in hand, but prefer to come on television every night to tell you they can't go and pick up garbage, they can't use their backhoe because they have no fuel. But they're not telling you that they tried that and the minister intervened and tell them spend the money. Huh? They have Sandy Gandhi Corporation calling in the press to tell the press they can't. So if you can't cut the grass and you can't put diesel in your vehicle, who the hell wants you in charge of their affairs? What you go there for? You heard tonight from San Fernando Development Program. Chaguanas can make the same statements that significant sums of money, central government money, being spent in Chaguanas, and Chaguanas is developing the same way San Fernando is developing. I am so proud tonight to stand here in our nation's second city and hear a report from central government about the development that's taking place in our second city under our PNM government. The option in the PNM to undermine anybody to get political support. We get political support from 1956 to now by telling you about the future, the road ahead, plans and programs, and how good you could be if you take up your bed and walk and follow the PNM instructions. That's how we do it. And for decades we ran this country, from a colonial backwater to today. We are the envy of many. Trinidad and Tobago is a nation to be proud of. So let the underminers and the dog returning to his vomit, let them be that. We are not that. We have to rely on you, the people, to see sense from nonsense. But the danger, there's a danger in their policy. I want to remind this country, in 2019, election week, election season, a woman left home in Santa Cruz to go on Charlotte Street to buy something to cook her husband a special dinner. It was his birthday. She was shot on Charlotte Street by a handful of punks who were sent there to shoot indiscriminately. Remember that story? Shooting at nobody in particular. Just go and shoot up Charlotte Street. To be able to say that the government lost control of crime and police are doing this, and that was part of somebody's campaign. That woman's husband today, I'm sure he's still grieving. His wife never made it back home. So when you hear how much they intend to rely on crime and crime news, all you be careful. All you be careful. Because I'm telling you something. We in this country, we do have a violent crime problem. Our police, men and women, unlike police of an earlier era, their job now in this era and ammunition, whether it's St. Lucia, Jamaica, Barbados, United States, all of a sudden, there's an explosion of violent gun crime. So you know what police officers have to do when they go on the job? Many of them, their job is to go out there and confront a man and even a woman with gun who are not afraid to use it. And what do you use guns for? To kill people. That is police job today. When you're a police officer now, you ain't going to traffic now anymore, you know. It's gone. The bulk of our police officers on the street now, you never know who you're going to confront. Night or day, round a corner, in a car. And that is what we have to do. So what did we do as a government? We resourced the police service. We're supporting the police service 100%. But there are those who will have you believe that Rowley and Hines have a direct responsibility and prevent somebody unknown. As I'm talking to you now, there's a good chance that there's somebody somewhere in this country right now trying to kill somebody before daybreak. That's what's happening. That's what's happening. And when we get the news in the morning, it's really my fault. I hear talking to you. I should have been there to prevent that. But you know what the government does? The government went to the source of the problem, because we don't make guns here. We don't make ammunition here. We went to the source of the problem, and we told the Americans, your country is supplying my country, legally and illegally, with firearms, to the extent where your firearm supply is threatening the national security of our country. We raised that argument at high levels in the United States. The end result of that is this. Before, you could have bought a gun in one state and drive it to another state. Today, if you do that, cross a state, that is now a federal crime for the first time. And it means that all the federal agencies of the United States government will come down upon you. And worse, if you come on the border and you export a firearm or ammunition to Trinidad and Tobago or anywhere else, that is now a federal crime. As a result of that seemingly small change, it means that we now in Trinidad and Tobago have the support and the involvement of all the federal agencies in the United States to fight the problem at its source. I can tell you tonight, already 3 people have fallen prey to the US federal authorities, 2 Trinidadians and 1 American, for supplying handgun ammunition to Trinidad and Tobago. And as this grows, only recently, a week ago or thereabouts, I was in a meeting with the Minister of National Security and our experts and the American experts, where the American government has undertaken, and we have agreed to accept it, to create within our police service what we call vetted units. Vetted units, meaning groups of special police officers, men and women, who are vetted to ensure that their integrity is intact. Because one of the problems that we have is that there are too many criminals in the police service. So when you're going after the non-police criminals, they have their friends in the police service to tip them off, and we have to have vetted units. And I'm telling this country that we are prepared to pay extra to those vetted units if they will maintain their integrity and help us to root out the criminals in the police service, in the customs, in immigration, and in the parliament. So they want to talk crime. Crime and criminals are not only on the corners, you know. They're inside the parliament. Inside the parliament. So when they talk, it just boils my blood when I see them, because I know them have questions to answer. Them have questions to answer. And here the answer. The answer is to flood the country with guns. Nobody is saying that our citizens can't get firearms. We have a system. The same way the Americans are saying to us, you have to have vetted units where you have people who could pass a polygraph test, who you examine on a regular basis to make sure they preserve their integrity, because information, confidentiality is a matter of life and death. I distinctly recall a commissioner of police telling me that he planned a raid many years ago, and when they They were supposed to be at the place where the raid was supposed to take place. As they arrived in the office, the phone started to ring in the office. He, the police officer, took up the phone and answered it, saying, they're coming, they're coming. And he said, yes, I reach. It's a police officer calling to tip off the criminal. We have those. We have to get rid of them because they put our lives in danger. The ones that have the integrity that you want, you got to protect them. You got to increase their numbers because we are now in a life and death struggle with the criminals in this country. It's a small number of them. But how many law-abiding citizens are making decisions to kill anybody in this country? None. But a small number of other people are making that decision. You prepared to go to work from 7 in the morning till 4 in the evening and wait for a fortnight to get paid. There's somebody who don't want to spend 1 hour on the job. They want the money and they want it now. And they'll put a gun to your grandmother's head. They put a gun to the pensioner's head. That's what we're facing. And I'm saying tonight, as we face this, I'm calling on the citizens, especially parents and members of families. Some of you know who is doing it. Some of you are providing them with cover, and some of you don't care until death and destruction come to your door. The same way I'm saying to you now, that local government is your responsibility. If you have information that could save us from the criminal element, you have a responsibility to assist the police with information. Information. This is not 1962 according to Tony Lee. It's not 1971. It's 2023. And our answer is not some crazy, drunken political leader who telling you, put her in parliament and she's going to pass a law called Stand Your Ground. Many of the victims of crime don't even know the ground they're standing on when they get killed. Far less to have to stand your ground. So in other words, it's going to be the Wild West, Jesse James and the brother Frank, and it's who could shoot better than who. That is what they're telling us, you know. Flood the country with guns and you will know how to shoot to save yourself. I am saying that policy has failed and there's no way it is failing more than in America. And if you don't believe me, watch the American news. You know what stand your ground means? It means that you have a blanket right to kill anybody that you're afraid of or who threaten you. Of course, you would say, I have the gun to protect myself. But there's a side. I was talking to a businessman today who told me he's in Florida and he's fishing with some other people. They're fishing off the jetty. And if the hook drifts in the current and goes to the next jetty, nobody could go there to unhook it, you know. Because if you go there by that jetty and the owner of that jetty shoot you, police don't ask him because you came by his jetty. He understands your ground cover. He could shoot you. You have seen the news about people using stand your ground law. America has it in some states. They're trying to get rid of it because it allows people to abuse other people under the guise that they were protecting themselves. That is the offer of the UNC. And people who saw firearms license as business and profit, them telling you, they are the expert in national security. And somehow, the answer is more gun and more firearm license. You apply for a firearm, you get vetted, and the police clear you, and you could get a firearm license. That's how it was. That is how it was when Mrs. Kamala Prasad Bisesa was Prime Minister. She was Prime Minister for 5 years. She never changed or mentioned the whole question of availability of guns. But since then, there are people who want gun. But of course, I'm not saying that there are not people who want and who should get. There's a system to deal with that. But that system has been corrupted by the system itself. That system has been corrupted, I can tell you, by the police. So politicians coming now and playing games with it and telling you, well, we're going to give everybody gun. That is hell gunpowder house. You people of Trinidad and Tobago, as Orville London would say, you're big and you have sense. Pay attention to what is happening to you. Pay attention. I don't want to keep you too late here. You've been a wonderful audience. You are a wonderful party. You are wonderful party members and supporters. Go out there and support your candidates. You would have seen them all. You see men, you see women, you see young, you see old, you see strong, you might even have seen weak. But I tell you, from Erin to Blanchisseuse, from Carenage to Sangre Grande, from Carapichaima to San Fernando, on the 14th of August, anybody who wants to vote in support of local government reform, there's a PNM candidate of quality that you can cast that vote for. We will count victory based on what you do. It's an offer. The change is an offer. The management that is required to manage billion-dollar development, billion-dollar cities, billion-dollar corporations cannot be jokey part-time people who are not interested. They will tell you in the UNC side that after election day, many of their councillors never even bother to pick up any responsibility for anything in the corporation because they belong to a safe seat. So they don't care what they do. In fact, many of them are being returned now. The intention was to change them, but when nomination day came, they had no candidates to replace them, so they had to put them up again. You know them. You know them more than I know them. You know where they are, but they feel they own the seat. They feel they own your vote. And because the seat named so and so, there is no safe seat in 2023 because the victory is going to be won. It's either for local government or against local government. The victory is either for local government reform or against local government reform. If the result comes in against local government reform, it will be a disaster indeed in Trinidad and Tobago. It's not the first time that something good is an offer and political parties opposed to the PNM, opposing for opposing's sake. They don't care if the people suffer in the process. So let's watch them and watch their behavior in the next few weeks as they seek to make crime and criminal reports the issue. That is an issue, but it is not the issue. Your issue is whether your mayor and your executive council has the responsibility, the resource base, and the program to continue developing San Fernando, continue developing Cuba, Tabaquita, Alparo. And a PNM government is open to working with anybody that you elect responsibly to change the country for the better. That has been the history of the PNM. And that is why we've moved this country from a colonial backwater to independence to Republican status. We are now to host the Commonwealth Junior Games. Tonight, I invite all of you, people of Trinidad and Tobago, we are host of the Commonwealth Junior Games that gets started, I think, on the 4th of August, and it goes into election week. Do two things. Support Commonwealth Junior Games at the stadium, wherever it's taking place, at our various stadia, and do so and vote PNM, and that will let you know that you are Trinidad and Tobago. Let them leave here with an experience that they will always remember those young people. Some of them, you'll see them in the Olympics, including our own people, Trinidad and Tobago hosting the Commonwealth Junior Games. There are those who will tell you Trinidad and Tobago is not a real place. Anytime you hear that, you know who's talking. Somebody with nothing to contribute. Because if you could ask if your house is a home, you have nothing to contribute. You will thief from your own pot. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a time for citizens to get up. And what I am particularly proud about is the extent to which young people, understanding these issues, are leaving the has-been behind and making their way to the PNM. Young people, come forward with the PNM and take responsibility for this country. You're welcome in the PNM. And when we do that, we do it in the full knowledge that a PNM victory is a victory for Trinidad and Tobago moving forward confidently into a future where we have boundless faith. So ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your support for the PNM. As leader of the PNM, I am very proud of your support. San Fernando, you've been with us, and I want you to stay with us. Local government is now, what is happening here now in 2023 is a shift of authority, power, and resources from central government to local government that was never attempted in the history of Trinidad and Tobago. Now is the time. Now is the time. Grasp it with both hands. Grasp it with the voting finger and vote for the people's national movement. And when you would have done that, I know on election night, right here in Tando, right here on Harris Promenade, you'll make more noise, you'll be more red, and you'll be shouting, great is the PNM! Great is the PNM! Great is the PNM! And we shall
She just still continued. I wish you didn't want to try to deceive him. My man was like, this woman, I pray her children don't go through this every day. Kind of thing. So, and of course, yes, I've had the one where there's I don't know, okay, let me just say market woman. And you know, when you sit in the bus, it's either you're sitting shoulder to shoulder, then suddenly the person just raises their hand and just puts it behind you. And then when behind you turn when the person is raising the hand to put you just be, you know, when they popcorn and face you, that's how they have to be. As in, just, in fact, let me show the people at home so that they understand. When you just let it, you see all the, he was aiming, then the person is just there. Your head is down, like, but you know this person, we are not related. Why the closeness? And then if you're so unfortunate, if somebody that is using Calabash, you know, perfume that's not for human consumption, sorry. You try to hold your breath as much as you can. Yeah, but if you're not lucky, you're by the window. Oh, people will think you love Lagos. You're just sightseeing. They don't know you're saving your life.
Interesting. Alright, so which female celeb would you like to
Shay.
get lost on an island?
I already said Shay.
Why
I didn't which one you said. I love Shay. I love her music. Shay is talented. Shay is a hustler. Shay knows how to hustle. She's a hard worker. Then American one is Ariana. So I just wanted to let you know she wanted to ask. She didn't want to ask how them to know. So it's always between Shay and Ariana. Today I'm now with both of them, and now they tell me to choose. We have problem. Not with them, but with the person telling me to choose. I've not been really that greedy before, but that day I've been very selfish. I'm very greedy. If I just done Muslims, I can marry too.
Alright. So in retrospect, if not for rap, what else would you have done?
Don't go because I'm Igbo. I probably would have. Okay, no. I won't really say businessman per se. I won't say business per se. But I know I love creating stuff. I love coming up with concepts for stuff. So in the back of my mind, I would have gone into advertising.
I see life like a mirror. I wipe it so I can see clearer. I'm the #1 beef flow wearer. Yeah. I push it away, but it keeps coming nearer. Wherever I go, haters come at me with evil. Like I'm the exorcist, all I can be evil, Knievel. You're letting your envy eat you. I see you like I'm wearing a see-through. It's obvious that it's easy for me to straight defeat you, but I won't, cause I don't go into useless banter. I'm out to live a historical mark like the Black Panther.
I'm going to ask you 4 questions, and you're going to reply as fast as possible.
Kill all the rats.
What if I don't tune a normal footprint?
I'll order amala with ewedu and good beef.
What if you woke up and done it?
I will never sleep again. So I don't go and wake up again as somebody else.
And finally, what if you were on an helicopter and suddenly the pilot disappeared?
I will hold him. Disappear? Where is it disappearing to? In fact, I will wake up.
You wake up. So right now, I need your top 10 favorite songs. They could be Nigerian, they could be foreign, they could be from 1980s, 1970s. People you never knew.
Just music.
Yes, top
just
10
music.
favorite songs. No particular order. So
yeah, I was going to say that if off the top of my head, it won't be in any particular order. But let's just put CDQ Say Baba in there straight up. I love the party goes the way I love football. I'm wearing a jersey. So it shocks us when we see people that play penalty to throwing. So that's why I also add penalty to throwing. Small
If you don't get money, hide your face. You can call me small doctor. Omo ya teacher. What's it about penalty to throwing?
Then my guy, anytime, any day, he's my blood, he's my brother, Ice Prince. Boss. Boss, or the boss.
Boss for the boss. Yeah. Ice. Say, arrange yourself for the boss. Popping in my day, bottles in my day, shopping in my day.
Paul played Dairo and can never pick between Mosho Riri and Angel of My Life. You know, maybe when I finally get the Angel of My Life, I'll sing Mosho. Anyway, Paul play.
Okay.
And then, of course, she. Anyone.
Lo que sea para dance, yolo. Give happiness a chance, yolo. Oya komole, araban koko, oduro soke o. Oya bere mole, araban koko, oduro soke o. Oya soke oh. See your papa, oh the dab. Soke oh.
And of course, Rihanna. Anyone.
Tonight, you and I were beautiful like diamonds in the sky. I so alive. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright.